Testing. Was that what you were looking for? Okay. Okay, so what's next? Okay, I'll be here. Thanks. Bye. Testing. Oh, I just turned it down.
This squawk is no good, huh? It's busted. One more time, you want to test it? Just want to hear it. Yeah, I want to hear it.
Testing.
You want this off, right?
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ms. Morales, and to the members of the public who have been trying to hear this meeting. I sincerely apologize. This is Paul Krikorian, Chair of the committee. We've had a technical problem that has prevented audio feed from being heard, so that problem has apparently now been resolved. I apologize. We had called item number 1, the CAO's report relating to the second FSR, and because of the technical problems, I'm going to ask Mr. Llewellyn, our CAO, to begin from the beginning to start the report over to ensure that everyone is able to hear the entirety of this matter. Mr. Llewellyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Before you today is our second financial status report. As we've been reporting this year, the COVID-19 pandemic has caused a budgetary crisis in this city, as well as a humanitarian crisis we see every day. Today, we'll be sort of doing the report in two parts. I'll be presenting our report where we're proposing a budget balancing plan for the entire shortfall. And then Wilson Poon will be presenting our more traditional, transactional, regular financial status report. As this committee knows, it's an unusual report from us to present a budgeting balancing plan for the entire year this early in the year. We felt it was important to get ahead of this, including in response to your directive that we look at 3% cuts across the city. We now project a budget deficit greater than the 400 to 600 we reported in our last report. We think it is likely to be 600 million and maybe more. There remains great uncertainty about the pandemic and its course, how long it will last. It has impacted all revenue sources, especially those tied to tourism, services, parking, and retail, and all of them face downward pressure. As business closures continue and expand, we worry about further losses. And even just this weekend, the governor announced a sales tax moratorium in California, pushing more pressure on our sales tax. As you know, we also have borrowed $75 million from the Public Works Trust Fund so the city could front fund its COVID response expenditures. Pursuant to the charter, we need to repay that trust fund loan this fiscal year. Therefore, we're looking at a budget shortfall of $675 million, principally on the revenue side. In this report, we present a budget balancing plan to address this shortfall. We derive the elements of the plan from the fiscal restraint instructions from the mayor and council that you directed us to pursue in September. Our focus is on the general fund, but we are also recommending special fund cuts of approximately 41 million. They will help these struggling funds to regain balance, and they'll protect the general fund from further exposure to backfilling the special fund losses. Through our plan, we're putting tough decisions before you. 3% reductions across all departments, which will provide real service impacts for our communities. Deferring or canceling approximately $150 million of construction and equipment capital projects and spending. Using almost $260 million of the city's reserves. Borrowing on the credit card to pay for daily operations of approximately $150 million. And finally, we will have to ask our employees to contribute. We're working with our labor unions to see about employee concessions. And most gravely, we are looking at potential employee layoffs. I want to remind the committee, this isn't a menu of options. We need every option to hit the number. Let me discuss them each in detail, a little more detail. Budget reductions. We are proposing $103 million in budget reductions, including $52 million in departmental reductions to meet the 3% budget exercise. We detail these reductions in the report. Luckily, about half of these reductions will not have significant service impacts. They're things like savings on interest, but half of them have very significant service impacts. The reductions to contracts, overtime, and capital spending were made possible, quite frankly, by this committee's actions through this fiscal restraint instructions in September. A second bucket, federal reimbursement of our COVID expense. We are hoping to be able to take approximately $40 million of final year-end Corona Relief Fund, CRF funds, by December 30, and another $29 million in FEMA reimbursements. We fully expect much more in FEMA reimbursement over the years, As you know, and we have discussed before in this committee, FEMA is a slow pay. We do not expect more than that this year. If we use all of our CRF savings to do budget balancing, and we must repay our Public Works Trust Fund, one of our risks in our budget, as we pointed out to you, is we have very little available to do further COVID response front funding. Also, one specific aspect, we are updating our homelessness roadmap spending of CRF funds. We may have some additional funds at year end. Many of our expenditures are ongoing. As you know, we're building tiny villages, among other things. But instead of being completed by the 12/30 deadline for CRF, these expenditures will occur early next year. The mayor and council previously instructed this office to review all CRF spending before the 12/30 deadline and to move into the reserve fund any unspent funds so that we leave no money on the table. We intend to do this. All of these expenditures are legal under the CRF. At the same time, this committee and mayor instructed us, if the deadline for CRF is extended, to leave the money in the CRF fund because of the great needs in our communities for COVID response, including homelessness. While there may be as much as tens of millions in additional funds from homelessness, we believe that the mayor and council will need to roll these funds over into ongoing homeless programs, whether or not the CRF is extended. Using our reserves, we are proposing using $259 million of our reserve. That would wipe out our contingency reserve and wipe out the budget stabilization fund, reducing us down to the emergency fund charter minimum. We do not take this action lightly. This committee, many of your members were sitting there the last time in the fiscal crisis, and you have worked hard to lead the effort to rebuild our reserves. They have been critical in responding to the pandemic. They allowed us to close last year. We will need to rely on them again. But as the fire chief reported today, we're still in red flag days. We may have more emergencies. It is critical to replenish these funds over the years and have a plan to replenish them. Another bucket, debt. We use debt in the city wisely. We use it to purchase long-term assets, like building buildings, building a rec center. We have not used debt to pay for daily operations. We are, this year, suggesting we look at using our MICLA borrowing capacity, our credit card, to pay for day-to-day operations. This is the only debt option we have for bringing money into the budget this year. To make this possible, we need to greatly reduce our current MICLA program so we free up funding in our MICLA program for use as working capital. Our report proposes the cancellation or deferral of $142 million in important capital projects and capital equipment expenditures. These cuts are painful, and they're damaging to our efforts to maintain our assets and our good fiscal health. But as a one-time matter, we think this is a reasonable, I wouldn't necessarily call it prudent, but reasonable choice. And going down this road, we encourage the city to look for a repayment plan using one-time money, such as the COVID FEMA money comes in. We would issue this debt towards the end of the fiscal year. We're going to need to engage advisors to do this, financial advisors. But the decision to stop working on all of these projects has to happen now so that the money is not spent. Our final bucket is working with our employees, and unfortunately taking from our employees. We are proposing working with our labor partners to develop cost-saving methods in our employment contracts, and unfortunately, the need to look at layoffs. In order to meet the 3% target, we identified 4 departments who I see on the meeting today who could only achieve the target by laying off filled positions. The police department with the most, the city attorney, animal services, and engineering. We recognize the gravity of this recommendation. We know each of these employees provides important service that our residents need and will miss. And we also understand that the lives of each and every employee will be turned upside down. Still, we don't see another way to cover the current shortfall. Unlike the other cuts we're proposing, we are not recommending removing budgeted funding for these filled positions at this time. We're proposing the following process instead. The departments, with assistance from our office and the personnel department, will work first to mitigate the elimination of these positions, trying to move employees as much as possible into vacant special funded positions. We provided a list of about 670 such positions, and we continue to look for more. We're also recommending hardening our hiring freeze to create additional vacancies. Do a full hiring moratorium till our next financial status report. And we've identified and are still looking for more in-sourcing opportunities. After these efforts, general managers will send a layoff list to the personnel department. Personnel will evaluate the list, still seeking even more opportunities to save jobs, and looking through the personnel status of each employee. And personnel will present a final report to the mayor and council with a final layoff list, and that will happen before layoffs. While these efforts, we hope, will reduce the layoff list substantially, we still fear layoffs are likely. We want it to be clear, as they will be clear to you, none of these departments support layoffs. They believe their work is important, and I agree with them, and they are well run. They do not have a way to make the budget target without layoffs. The city attorney and the Bureau of Engineering has asked for the opportunity to sort of go through their books one more time and see if there can be an alternative plan. We recommend that you do so, but we ask you to do it quickly. We need to make a decision to start saving funds. We're already 6 months into the year. If they cannot present viable alternatives, we ask that this process proceed. And in addition to layoffs, as painful as they are, the city must continue to work with our labor partners to seek other labor cost savings. As this committee well knows, and I've heard the chair say, our labor costs did not create the current fiscal crisis. Our labor partners are not the bad guys in this. A pandemic outside of all of our control created the crisis. But the crisis is real, and it's here. We hope our labor partners will work with us to contribute to managing the crisis for their fellow members and for the residents of Los Angeles. Two final notes. Most of our plan are one-time savings. As you know, if we get through this year, if a vaccine happens, if the economy recovers, many economists see this as a multi-year problem. Second, I know everyone on this committee hopes that Washington will do its job and deliver stimulus legislation which directly helps state and local government. Still, we can't rely on that hope to balance our books. And unfortunately, the current stimulus package they're talking about will likely be way short of our budgetary hole, and at least based on reports today, is likely not to happen this week and may not happen before council adjourns this year. It looks like they're kicking the can at least another week to give themselves more time to talk. We don't know what will come out of that, but it won't be enough. I want to conclude by saying, again, while this is a multi-tier plan, it's not a menu of options. We need them all to close. I'll conclude by urging your approval of the proposed FSR in total as presented. With your agreement, Mr. Chair, I'll turn it over to my colleague Wilson Poon to discuss the sort of more, I hate to say mundane, the traditional FSR we present on a regular basis, in addition to our budget balancing plan.
Thank you, Mr. Llewellyn. We will do that. And after Mr. Poon has completed his report, we'll ask members to specify which departments they would like to call special, and then we will go to public comment. Mr. Poon, welcome.
Good afternoon. Wilson Poon with the CAO's office. For the second half of the FSR, there weren't many significant changes for projected departmental expenditures and revenues from what we previously reported in the first FSR. This report covers our expenditures and revenues up to the end of October, and we used many of the same assumptions for the SIP and furloughs as we did in the first FSR. As Rich mentioned earlier, our revenue shortfall is now closer to $600 million for the year. And on our expenditure side, our total spending above plan was reduced from $119 million to $116 million. There was some new spending above plan for sanitation. They were reporting $2.7 million for hazardous waste removal. This was something that was inadvertently omitted from the first FSR. We also have street services reporting about $2 million in new overspending. This was related to COVID response activities. As we saw in the first FSR, a lot of departments were dealing with this extra cost. And the last one was ITA. We saw they were reporting $700,000 for the renewal of citywide telecommuting software licenses. We also saw some reductions in the overspending amounts for certain departments, mainly due to the actions that were approved in the FSR. So we're showing a net of a reduction of $3 million from the total spending above plan number that we were reporting. On table 3 on page 32, after we account for the general fund appropriations to address the special fund revenue shortfalls for the zoo, El Pueblo, and the traffic safety fund, we're looking at a total of $129 million in spending above plan. We have identified $108 million in solutions, which will leave us with a $21 million budget gap to solve by the year end. That really concludes my presentation on the second half of the FSR. I also have a few amendments to the second FSR that I'd like to read into the record. I've also distributed these to the city clerk. The first amendment is for the Bureau of Engineering. We'd like to add a recommendation to transfer $387,000 from the Engineering Special Services Fund, number 682, Department 50, Revenue Source Code 4903, Interest Income, to the Sewer Capital Fund, number 761, Department 50, Revenue Source Code 5161, Reimbursement of Expenditures. Second, for the Fire Department, we want to revise Attachment 1A, the reduction 46, by replacing the account number 001098, Overtime Variable Staffing, with account number 001093, Constant Staffing Overtime. The next one is a Capital Improvement Expenditure Program. We're asking to revise recommendation number 15 of the report as follows: transfer $4,128,344.17 from various accounts within the Capital Improvement Expenditure Program Fund to the unappropriated balance fund number 100, Department 58, and the account number should be 5803200230, Reserve for Unrealized Revenue, instead of the 580196, Reserve for Mid-Year Adjustments. And we've also updated the attachment 2A to also reflect this change. And the last one is for city planning. We want to ask for to add a recommendation to appropriate $500,000 from the available cash balance within the Short-Term Rental Enforcement Trust Fund, number 62N, Department 68, to the Planning Department Fund number 100, Department 68, account number 003040, Contractual Services. And that concludes my amendments.
Very good. Thank you very much for that report. Let's go now to departments that we wish to call special before we go to public comment. And members, I will be calling LAPD, city attorney, sanitation, animal services, and engineering. Mr. Price, do you have anything to add to that list in terms of departmental requests?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to add the Board of Public Works also, please.
Board of Public Works? Yes, sir. Anything else?
That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Koretz, anything to add to that list?
Yes, city attorney and city controller. Plus, I'd also like to ask the previous speaker whether the motion to transfer money from DWP to reimburse LADOT was among the changes that you read in, or whether I need to read a motion in for that change.
Okay, let me come back to that in a minute. Mr. Poon, be prepared to answer that question if you would, please. Mr. Blumenfield, anything else to add to the list of specials?
Nope, you guys got all the ones I wanted. Thank you.
Okay. And Mr. Bonnet.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'd like to add the fire department and LADOT, and I have a brief question, or one question, for the General Services Department regarding the repair of fire equipment. So that'll tie into my fire department questions.
And I apologize, Mr. Bonnet. LAFD, General Services,
And LADOT.
DOT. Okay. Very good. So before we go then to public comment, Mr. Poon, if you could, did your technical amendments include the issue that Mr. Kretz just raised with regard to DWP?
No, they did not.
So are you aware of the motion, and will I need to read it into the record at some point?
I think you'll need to read it into the record.
Mr. Krikorian, would you like to have me do that now?
Yes, I think it probably makes sense to go ahead and do that now since you have a written motion. There will be, you know what, Mr. Kretz, actually, why don't we hold off on that? Because what we have before us right now is just the CAO's report. I'll be making a list of recommendations towards the end, and if you want to add to those list of recommendations, that's probably the appropriate time to bring in the motion.
Okay, yeah, this is a minor technical change, so I'm sure we'll want to include it.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you, members. So I have, let me just verify. Police, city attorney, sanitation, animal services, engineering, public works, controller, general services, fire department, and DOT. Was there anything that I missed? Okay, very good. Thank you, members. Thank you to the CAO's office. We will bring you back shortly. I'd like to go now to general public comment. We will take public comment for 1 hour, and we won't be taking any general public comment because this is a special meeting, so I'll ask that comment be limited to the agenda items before us. Each speaker will have 2 minutes to speak to all agenda items, and if we do have a lot of speakers on the line, so I'd like to ask everyone, if you can, to keep your comments as brief as possible so we get as many speakers in as we can. So with that, let's go ahead and call, Ms. Morales, if you would like to read the information, please, for calling in, and then we'll go ahead and take our first caller.
Yes, thank you. Members of the public who would like to offer public comment on the items listed on the agenda should call 1-669-254-5252 and use meeting ID number 160-655-3266 and then press pound. Press pound again when prompted for participant ID. Once admitted into the meeting, press star 9 to request to speak. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's go ahead and call our first caller, please.
Caller with the last four digits, 6086. Please dial *6 to unmute. Identify yourself and which items you wish to speak on.
Maro Kakusian, item 1.
Go right ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Maro Kakusian with Physicians for Social Responsibility, Los Angeles. I'm calling today to urge the members of this committee to ensure funding for the Climate Emergency Mobilization Office as we fight for a new normal after COVID-19 that doesn't simply return us to the unjust and unequal pre-COVID status quo. We need your help to ensure LA has the tools in place for a just and sustainable recovery, one that also takes heed on the ever-present threat of climate disruption. This is why the Climate Emergency Mobilization Office is so important. It will help build community resilience that will prepare LA for future environmental and public health emergencies. We ask members of the committee to prioritize funding for the Climate Emergency Mobilization Office and the director position. The City Council must move quickly on hiring the director position. We should not reduce these funds and ensure full funding for the Climate Emergency Mobilization Program in the next fiscal year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Caller with the last four digits ending in 6624, please dial *6 to unmute. Identify yourself and which items you wish to speak on.
Hi, my name is Scott Krieger. I'd like to speak about item number 1. I am the current president of Beverlywood Homes Association, an incorporated community in CD5, which is made up of over 1,300 homes. I do not support any reduction of police officers in the city of LA. I also do not believe a majority of the residents in the city support reductions of staff for LAPD. An across-the-board cut of 3% for all departments of the city, including LAPD, does not make sense. I do not support the CAO's second FSR suggesting cuts for LAPD, and I urge you also to not support any cuts to LAPD officers. The city should look at using other reserves and other larger cuts to other city departments in order to keep all the LAPD officers, employees to help protect city public safety in the city of LA. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Caller with the last four digits of 2370, please dial *6 to unmute and identify yourself and which items you wish to speak on.
My name is Dina Stool, and I'd like to speak to item number 1, please.
Go right ahead.
As far as cuts to our police force, I feel it would be to the detriment of the entire city, with the current COVID crisis putting everybody in a state of emergency themselves. I can't see having less protection as a benefit to the city. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Caller with the last four digits, 1403, please dial *6 to unmute. Identify yourself and which items you wish to speak on.
It's me, Council Niggers. All items in general public comment.
There will be no general public comment. You'll speak to the agenda items or you'll be cut off. Go ahead.
Thank you, my Armenian lover. Now, item number 1. You're going to have a terrible time with this budget. I support Mike Bonin. Thank you, Mr. Bonin, for cutting 975 sworn cops off the payroll and 1,000 civilian positions. Long overdue. It's time to defund the police department, get rid of them, so that George Gascon and hopefully Mike Fuhrer will end cash bail and stop prosecuting misdemeanors on those that are poor. It's a new day for LA, a great day, as we continue to divert money from these rich white fucking scumbag communities to our unhoused folks and our black folks who need it the most on item number 2. So thank you, Richard Llewellyn, and of course the great Mimi So and other people, Sharon So, yes. And you know that the city's always been bankrupt, right, Paul Koretz? Thank you. A pig noise by Paul Koretz. So let's continue, but let's slash another 1,000 police officers. We only need 6,000 cops for the city. I've done the math, haven't you? Let's give everybody a stimulus check for $1,000 and put that money in the pockets of the people. Like Armando Herman, for example, living in his car. Could use
That's
that
not on the agenda.
Fuck the police. God bless Armenia and God bless Azerbaijan for kicking your ass.
That's not on the agenda. You're done. Cut him off, please. Next speaker, please. Next speaker, please. Next speaker, please.
Caller with the last 4 digits, 4204. Please dial *6 to unmute, identify yourself, and which items you wish to speak on. Caller with the last 4 digits, 4204. Please dial *6 to unmute, identify yourself, and which items you wish to speak on. I will try one more time.
Please. Yes.
Caller with the last 4 digits, 4208. Please dial *6 to unmute, identify yourself, and which items you wish to speak on.
Hi, yeah, this is Rob Kwan. I'd like to speak on items 2 and 1.
Go right ahead, Mr. Kwan.
Thank you. For item 2, it's on, how you've diverted money from LAPD, and I think it's just interesting to see how many of these items relate to street sweeping. There's been a lot of question with the suspension of street sweeping during COVID, like, what did we really gain from that? And is this really what we should be diverting money towards? For item 1, we're in a really grim position, and your failure to actually pass a budget gifted LAPD this false argument they've already faced huge cuts, when in reality that budget was meaningless that you allowed to pass, and the current budget that they have is nearly identical to last year's. Nearly all the cuts were just, trimming their overtime, which was bloated. Props to Councilmember Bonin from our very first hearing of this budget said that the writing was on the wall and we need to get LAPD to the table. And he also said that if we didn't do it sooner rather than later, we'd be in an even worse place, because now we're looking at diminished returns. You've repeatedly delayed facing the music, and now we're going to face even deeper cuts because we're deeper into this fiscal year, and to actually get things to balance out and pan out, we have to go even further. The Ethics Commission has, faced a number of separation agreements and losing staff there and losing support staff even more here. Animal Services, which is already in a really tough place, is looking at 45 more cuts in positions. Like I just adopted a dog, and I when I got home realized that after being neutered, he had they removed his cone too early and didn't catch that he was licking himself raw and near infection. So I had a week of having to tend to that, and his first week adjusting from being in a shelter. It was one of those things, like, I feel for the staff because they're just so heavily overworked. I was there for 2 hours in that process.
Caller, your time is up.
That's the strain of these
Thank
cuts,
you, Mr.
and you're just making it worse.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Caller with the last 4 digits, 7348. Please dial *6 to unmute. Identify yourself and which items you wish to speak on.
Hi, my name is Danielle Howard, and I wanted to speak on item number 1, in particular in relation to LA Animal Services and thinking about what does the public want.
Okay, you have 1 minute. Go right ahead.
Oh, down from 2. Okay, well, they expect the animals in the city's care to be fed and sheltered in a clean and humane environment. They expect that the mission of the LA Animal Services is going to be fulfilled by the animals in their care. And I'm speaking in particular about a proposal I've read to cut 24 clerks and 19 ACT positions, and that's not the only way to save money. Top-down eliminations have the least impact on the day-to-day running of any public service, particularly LA Animal Services. And I don't say this to be callous, but looking at LA Animal Services from upper management on down to the shelter building staff, I suggest for LA Animal Services looking at the impact or lack thereof of the public relations staff. I couldn't tell you who's in that department or how many or anything like that, but even less so as a member of the public, I can't tell you what they do. The enrichment staff at the shelters, hand in hand with volunteers, do the work of marketing the animals, and the in-building shelter staff, clerks, and ACTs are the face of the department for the public. They are the ones engaging in public relations, and cuts there are going to end up with more disgruntled citizens and an inability to care for the animals in the city's purview. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go ahead to the next caller, please.
Caller with the last 4 digits, 7239. Please dial *6 to unmute. Identify yourself and which items you wish to speak on.
Hi, this is Sharon Weisfish. I'm a born and bred LA resident, and I'd like to speak about item number 2, about cutting funds for LAPD. And I'd like to share the feelings, my feelings, and those of many of my community members when I ask that you please not cut anything from the LAPD budget. I think that we need every policeman possible to be out there protecting us and our children and our communities.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate you hearing us out. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for calling. Next speaker, please.
Caller with the last 4 digits, 1678. Please dial *6 to unmute. Identify yourself and which items you wish to speak on. Caller with the last 4 digits, 1678. Please dial *6 to unmute. Identify yourself and which items you wish to speak on.
Are you there, speaker? Let's try one more time, please.
Sorry about that. That my own phone was
problem.
on mute. Sorry, good afternoon. My name is Miriam Cublin. I want to address the City Council and the CAO. And although I've been listening, I didn't expect that I would be able to listen to the whole FSR, but I was able to. And it is a very strong proposal. I feel that there obviously has to be cuts along the lines somewhere, but I am in support of the LAPD being the very least of that, if not at all possible, to be removed from any of the cuts due to the fact that in this COVID crisis, it kind of speaks for itself. There are certain things that this city has seen in the last 6 months, which is actually this whole entire year, with outbreaks of riots and just reactions of hate crimes and overall violence towards many different people and denominations. And I feel that it would be a disservice and a detriment to the citizens of Los Angeles if the LAPD were to be cut so substantially. I hear the size of the animal shelter too. I mean, there's so many things that need care and funding. But I think that if the safety of all these people, including the city officials on downward for families and citizens, it would just hurt everybody, and it would basically crumble the foundation of our safety. And unfortunately, I know there's bad apples in the bunch, and where is there not in any career, in any field? There's always corruption. but LAPD, they're good people. They're people that care. They're people that want our safety and
Your time is up.
and look to help. Thank you.
Caller with the last 4 digits, 9423. Please dial *6 to unmute. Identify yourself and which items you wish to speak on.
Hello, hi, this is Catherine Koo. I'd like to speak on item number 1, particularly the budget cuts at LA Animal Services. Can you hear me? Hello?
I apologize. I was muted that time. Yes, I can hear you. We can all hear you. Please go ahead. You have 2 minutes. And before you begin, I misspoke earlier to one of the callers. We will be taking 2 minutes per caller because we have 7 agenda items, but there won't be any general public comments. So comments should be limited to the agenda items before us. And that one caller that I did misspoke to got 2 minutes in any event. So go right ahead.
Okay, so I am opposing the budget cuts for LA Animal Services. I see that you guys are looking to cut the ACPs and the clerical staff at LA Animal Services, and I don't understand why those staff are being cut when people in PR aren't being cut. The glue was just appointed $1.5 million to do PR. So shouldn't the PR staff at LA Animal Services be the first to be cut? And on top of that, any position that has to do with volunteering should be cut because right now there's no volunteers allowed at the shelter. So they're sitting there. There's nothing for them to do, yet they're still getting paid. So maybe they should be cut. On top of that, right now, LA Animal Services is at a record low of the amount of dogs and animals they have at the shelter. So why is the general manager still making the amount of money she's making? So shouldn't her salary be cut in order to offset the amount of ACP that's needed at the shelter right now? You guys have so many positions for life-saving liaisons, and to be honest with you, do you really need that many when they haven't been doing anything to try to save these dogs' lives? So shouldn't their position be eliminated or have their salary cut to offset the amount of ACPs that are needed at the shelter who actually do, I guess, interact sometimes with the animals? Also, yeah, I guess that's all. Like, if you guys are going to cut the budget, shouldn't these people's salaries be cut in order to substantiate what needs to
Although your time is up.
be for staff?
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Caller with the last 4 digits, 6309. Please dial *6 to unmute. Identify yourself and which items you wish to speak on.
This is Alan Sarofsky. I would like to speak on funding on items 1 and 2, please.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. First of all, Mr. Chairman and the committee, I actually applaud, and the CAO's office, I absolutely, as a lifetime resident of Los Angeles, I'm an attorney and a small business owner, I applaud the efforts for fiscal responsibility. That's extraordinary to hear the report and to hear the awareness of reducing reliance on small pools of federal funding and being careful about taking on additional debt. I applaud the effort tremendously. That's number 1. Number 2, so I very much just want to clearly state the effort, respect the effort to balance the budget. Number 2, and this is really sort of my more important comment, and I do believe I represent a large number of, whether it's small business owners or residents, various families. I've lived in different parts of Los Angeles, from San Gabriel Valley, et cetera. Folks do not want, from my understanding, folks do not want to reduce any funding for our uniformed officers in the police department. I understand that the 4 special departments that were mentioned, City Attorney, Animal Services, Engineering, that each of them are going to face cuts. But as a community and as a city, we want to, number one, we want to make sure that we're safe. Our physical safety is of utmost importance. It really must take precedence over. Not all departments are offering the same level of services to the entire community. That's really my second point. My third point is, God willing, we get past this horrible COVID crisis that we all face. Revenues will come. We should expect eventually revenues to start coming back up, businesses to start opening up, etc. But if we start reducing our police force and making the city even less safe than it already is, with rising crime, etc., everyone is going to suffer. Everyone's going to suffer. It's not a moment to take a political stance that everyone from President Obama to Senator Sanders on the left, all the way, of course, to the right, all politicians are recognizing that this defund the police movement is simply not healthy, not safe at a moment of crisis. So.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Caller with the last 4 digits, 1796. Please dial *6 to unmute. Identify yourself and which items you wish to speak on.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, go right ahead. You have 2 minutes.
All right. Hi, my name is Michelle Hernandez, and I'd like to speak on item number 7 and 2 if I have time. So, okay. Hi, everyone. As a youth of Los Angeles City, I'd like to say that we are excited that Council President Martinez and Councilwoman Rodriguez are creating this much-needed and necessary department of item 7, but we also want to highlight that we need investment and long-term planning for our youth in our city, and we want to urge you to consider establishing a youth development department that can focus solely on youth, a department that focuses on the variety of issues and the focus and support we need from young people. Youth issues and youth empowerment will get lost under a big department that focuses on a variety of things, and our voices again will not be heard and will be shut out. We need to make sure that anything that involves youth includes the youth themselves in the process of decision making. We are the experts of our stories and know exactly what we need to thrive. The county began by establishing an office, but just 2 weeks ago, the County Board of Supervisors approved the establishment of a youth department. We appreciate that both councilwomen are pushing this effort, but we feel that we need an independent youth department in the city of Los Angeles to meet the needs of all the youth in the city. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Caller with the last 4 digits, 8526. Please dial *6 to unmute. Identify yourself and which items you wish to speak on.
Hello, my name is Luis Arate. I am representing the Invest in Youth Coalition, and I would like to give public comment on item number 7.
Okay, go right ahead.
I am an educated, dedicated, and motivated student professional representing the LGBTQ folks and also the people of color in this community. As a youth organizer, I would like to say that I am glad that there is action being taken to invest in our communities, especially children and families. There is still, however, the need for the direct investment of youth through the creation of a youth development department. Just on this call alone, I've heard more about animals than about youth. I do care about animals and I do care about youth, but as humans, we need to care about each other. Addressing the needs of youth under a department that serves different needs and populations would not ensure the proper accountability for funding of youth investment. Having a department that focuses on just youth would ensure that our young people like myself are getting all the support that we need. When we are having conversations regarding youth development, youth should be included in this process. No more conversations about us without us. We are the experts of our own stories and lived experiences. We know what resources are needed in our communities. We hope to be able to work with council members to make sure that youth voices are actually heard and the possibility of having both departments, one for families and communities and one for youth be considered. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Caller with the last four digits, 1838, please dial *6 to unmute, identify yourself, and which items you wish to speak on.
Good afternoon. My name is Monica Rodriguez, and I would like to give public comment on item number 7.
Go right ahead.
Hello, my name is Monica, and I'm one of the 2 youth that currently sits on the city's Executive Youth Development Task Force. We, youth, are in favor of the Martinez-Rodriguez motion, but let's make it even stronger and more effective by putting our young people first and investing in the Youth Development Department as well. The task force was established with the help of Councilwoman Rodriguez with the purpose to establish a Youth Development Department. We have worked diligently to get youth input, and we want to know what happened to that motion. We're asking for your support to have that process respected and for it to be followed through. Please meet with us to work in collaboration and in solidarity to help make this happen. We've already done the work. You have all the reports, and the Youth Development Task Force is about to complete the Youth Development Department blueprint in January. This was done through numerous community listening sessions and youth town halls. The framework is all there. The work is laid out for all of you. Now it's time for the council to step up to the plate and make it happen. All we ask is that you consider having a Youth Development Department as well as a Department for Community and Families. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Caller with the last four digits, 3027, please dial 6 to unmute, or please dial *6 to unmute, identify yourself and which items you wish to speak on.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Allen from Los Angeles, and I'm speaking number 1 and 2 regarding, in particular, LAPD and emergency response services. I really think thank you. We need to do everything we can to keep emergency response, especially law enforcement, fully funded. You certainly know that the city murder rates are going up. We've had riots of unprecedented scale in the last several months. These do have a significant negative effect, not only on commercial operations and the residents, but also our future recovery, including tourism, the Olympics, and so on. So my recommendation would be to maintain and strengthen that as much as possible. Where you can, if you can reduce capital expenditure expenses in the current year, that would make the most sense if you can. But by all means, please do not take any action that will depress property values, tourism, commercial activity, and certainly the safety of the residents of the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Caller with the last four digits, 0410, please dial *6 to unmute, identify yourself and which items you wish to speak on. Caller with the last four digits, 0410, please dial *6 to unmute, identify yourself and which items you wish to speak on. One more time. Caller with the last four digits, 0410, please dial *6 to unmute, identify yourself and which items you wish to speak on.
Okay. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Cindy Abrams. Hello, sorry, I was having trouble unmuting.
That's okay. I just didn't want to cut you off. Go right ahead.
Thank you so much, sir. I'd like to speak to agenda items number 1 and 2, please.
Go right ahead.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to echo several of the opinions voiced by many members of the community that I also applaud the enormous effort for you to have addressed and balanced the budget, to try to balance the budget in the city. It is no small task. I am also a small business owner, and also my husband's a small business owner, so we appreciate your efforts tremendously. I also will echo many of the sentiments voiced so eloquently that I would really prefer to not see any reduction in the police force to protect the members of this city. Thank you for all of your efforts in considering our voices.
That's all I have to say.
Thank you for your kind and thoughtful call. Next speaker, please.
Caller with the last four digits, 3678. Please dial *6 to unmute. Identify yourself and which items you wish to speak on.
Yes, hi, my name is Ayala Cohen, and I'd like to make a comment on item number 2.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. I think it's very, very important. I'm calling on behalf of myself, my community, my synagogue members, my extended family, my neighbors, many of whom, are different nationalities, different races. It is very important that we not defund the police. In fact, I would even go as far as to say they need more funding. Just like we don't defund the school system when there's something wrong with it, we've increased funding with a proposition that we passed in the last, in November, to increase funding to the schools to enable them to improve and do better for our kids. Law enforcement also in a very direct way. I hear so many comments about people, they want better care for the youth, and I agree with that. And it's so important to have safe communities for our youth to begin with. My children, they want to move out of the city for sure, because they don't feel safe. They don't feel safe to walk to school. The school's a few blocks away from our house. They don't feel safe to walk anymore, whereas 2 years ago they did. And now with the defunding even more. And this is something that they really see in the news, and it's talked about a lot among people, wherever I go. This is like a very a major topic on our minds. And I feel that anybody who does not support law enforcement, we need to ask ourselves why. If they don't support law enforcement, who are they supporting? And I really appreciate all of your work, everything that you do for our city. And you guys work very hard. And keep it up. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Caller with the last four digits, 7729. Please dial *6 to unmute. Identify yourself and which items you wish to speak on.
Hello, my name is Martin Beck. I've been living in Los Angeles since 1991. I'm actually involved in my homeowners association. I'm a security chair, and I unfortunately see all the reports from LAPD of all the different instances that are occurring. So I am addressing item number 2. I'll try to be brief. The funding of the police not only affects wealthy neighborhoods, it affects all neighborhoods. If the police do not have enough personnel, it is going to affect every community, and the communities that have more crime will go off the charts. Coming from New York, coming from Chicago, cities that had the problem in the 80s, in the 90s, it was so dangerous to live there. Coming here, it was a very wonderful city, but now we're heading back to the coined phrase, the Wild West, and you know what that means. We'll have anarchy. We'll have such a dangerous city that people will take the law into their own hands. And we don't want that. We need the police to keep our city safe and secure, and for people and children especially to feel that they can walk on the streets without being attacked. So please reconsider and do not take the funds away from the police department. We know the police need help in many areas, and we need to support them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Next speaker, please.
Caller with the last four digits, 0073. Please dial *6 to unmute. Identify yourself and which items you wish to speak on.
Good afternoon. My name is Marta Dina Arguello. I'm the Executive Director of Physicians for Social Responsibility in Los Angeles. I want to speak on items 1 and 2. As you well know, what we spend our money on reflects our values. And I don't envy you the decisions that you have to make in these really difficult times, but I will remind you of the things that we have learned over years as an organization of working with communities to create healthier communities. Public safety is not just the existence of police on the streets. It is the existence of empowered youth like the ones we've heard today, who are engaged in their communities and create a sense of safety and efficacy that also spreads throughout the community and creates community safety. It is programs like the Climate Emergency Mobilization Office that will engage with communities to find climate solutions that are also employment solutions, that are also solutions that will improve our air. As we make these really difficult choices about the budget, keep in mind what we value and what we hold dear, and learn from the lessons of the past. We cannot continue to police our way out of social problems. We will not police our way out of homelessness, and we will not police ourselves out of gun violence. We will do that by changing the culture. And we can do that by making a city budget that reflects those values of safety and caring for each other and creating strong, engaged communities that are able to withstand the coming onslaught of more climate crises. So this is the moment when we can begin to shift those priorities. And for all those people who've called in about public safety, work with us to create a safer community, but that is not over-policed, because that over-policing happens to the bodies of brown and Black people. And I am reminded, I am 62, about to be 62 in December. I started organizing when I was
there to see you in person. You all know me, council members, and I do applaud everything you're doing. But crime is up by 30%, murders are up by 30%. There was a gang shooting from South Central that came up into Paul Kukorian's district last week. We need the police. There is a lot of stuff going on right now. Defunding police and getting rid of all these police officers and the people that work in the office isn't going to help this virus. We have people who are scared to leave their homes. There are people who are robbing people in the street as they're walking. Accidents are up because cars are speeding down the street. We have to have police to take care of our communities. If the police aren't here, it's going to be a turmoil that we will never come out of. People are leaving Los Angeles in droves. When they hear that we're going to get rid of police, we're not going to take care of the homeless people. We spent fortune of money getting homeless doors put in. You know, homes with they spent $700,000 a door. Nobody's using those places. People are not being housed properly. Please do not defund the police. My husband and I supported you gentlemen very well. You all know us for a long time. Please do not defund, do not let go of these 1,000 officers and the 1,000 workers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
We have another private caller. Please dial *6 to unmute, identify yourself, and which items you wish to speak on.
Go ahead, caller.
Caller, please identify yourself and which items you wish to speak on.
One more try.
Caller, please identify yourself and which items you wish to speak on.
Okay, you can cut that line off. Cut that line off. That's Mr. Spindler's usual childish trick. So let's cut him off and go ahead and go to the next caller, please.
Caller with the last four digits, 6907. Please dial *6 to unmute. Identify yourself and which items you wish to speak on. Caller with the last four digits, 6907. Please dial *6 to unmute. Identify yourself and which items you wish to speak on.
My name is Oscar. I'd like to speak on item 7.
Yes, go right ahead.
Hello, council members. My name is Oscar Alberto Dominguez. I am a youth organizer with the Investing Youth Coalition, and I currently live on the south side of District 1. I just want to first off say my appreciations to Council Member Monica Rodriguez and Council President Nuri Martinez for their motion to create a new department under the name Families, Children, and Community Investment. However, as the Investing Youth Coalition, we did see that the word youth was excluded from the name, even though the motion does talk about youth development. So we're asking and urging committee members here today and the City Council to support the creation of an independent standalone youth development department. We believe a standalone independent youth development department will prioritize all the needs of youth in our city, especially during the pandemic and especially during these times. At the same time, the youth development department will better be at precisely and accurately solve the injustices, inequities, inequalities, and exclusion of many youth in our city, especially youth of color. We know our youth development department will also empower youth by providing the opportunity for youth to advocate for themselves and to also demand how they want to be supported and demand what type of resources they need. At the same time, the county is already moving on this, so we're hoping that the City Council can support this leadership and move along with creating this youth development department. And at the same time, we understand that investing in youth is investing in public safety. The youth of our city are worthy and deserving of a youth development department that serves them. The youth are going to be staying in our cities and in our communities to solve our own problems. And we know for sure that the youth are the future, and that we know that funding a youth development department during these times can also be considering strategies like consolidating all the funds that the city is using right now for funding into this department, and also reallocating other funds from other departments that can be better served youth and be better serving our communities. Be on the side of the youth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Caller with the last four digits, 5332. Please dial *6 to unmute. Identify yourself and which items you wish to speak on. Caller with the last four digits, 5332. Please dial *6 to unmute. Identify yourself and which items you wish to speak on.
Hello.
Hi, we can hear you. Go right
yes.
ahead.
Okay, great. My name is Elizabeth Toller. I'm speaking to item 1. As a CERT graduate and a graduate of the Community Police Academy, I understand that citizens do need to step up and self-help during times of emergency, but I object to cutting LAPD staffing, and staff cuts should be coming from other departments if this, to help the city with the budget, because there are some things that only LAPD personnel can do. And, we've had a rash of pedestrian muggings at gunpoint by drive-by robbers, and that's including on the slow street that's going through my neighborhood. So it doesn't feel safe to walk on the slow street because of the crime risk. We have on the main street, we're being woken up at night by the loud engines from drag racing and speeding on the main street. And it just doesn't feel safe. And this is problems that we can't solve ourselves. We need LAPD staff for that. Also, we have to keep in mind that, God forbid, if we have an earthquake on top of our COVID problems, we need our emergency responders. I do want to say I appreciate the city for trying to be fiscally responsible, but cutting the LAPD staff any further is really not the way to do this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Caller with the last four digits, 4312. Please dial *6 to unmute. Identify yourself and which items you wish to speak on.
Hello, my name is Jana Wyckoff. I'd like to speak on items 1 and 2. I would like to share my opinion that I really do not believe that funding should be cut for the LAPD, because we're in a very difficult situation in our society right now and in our city. And we have a new wave of lockdowns. Children can't go to their playgrounds. People can't go to any type of outdoor place to relax or have a drink. All we have is to be able to take a walk on our street, take a walk on a slow street, take a jog, walk a dog, take a walk, with a family member. And that's the only way we can get out of our homes. And we have very vulnerable people that this is the only way they can do anything. We have children and, unarmed citizens that want to just jog in the evening, and people that just have no other place to go. And they're vulnerable because they don't have any weapons and they can't defend themselves if somebody wants to attack them. So we need to keep our police at it the way it is. And if over-policing or targeting of certain populations is happening, then you need to retrain your police immediately. And in the wake of what's happened in the last few months, I hope LAPD has already implemented retraining programs to, put more equity into their policing practices. But just defunding them is not the answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Caller with the last four digits, 5960. Please dial *6 to unmute. Identify yourself and which items you wish to speak on.
Hello, my name is Michelle Cornelius, and I'd like to speak on item number 1.
Great. Go right ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the difficult financial situation the city is in, but I wanted to point out that the CAO report that's in front of you does state that the elimination of these positions relating to animal services will potentially negatively impact the health and safety of staff, animals, and the public. If layoffs have to be made, have you looked at eliminating positions which do not adversely impact safety? A previous CAO report dated September 28th said there were 29 vacant positions. Can't any savings be made there? The City Council just approved paying an outside contractor for public relations and marketing. Did that make those positions redundant? The city's residents definitely need all 6 remaining animal shelters to be operational as they were prior to COVID. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Caller with the last four digits, 5572. Please dial *6 to unmute. Identify yourself and which items you wish to speak on.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Cassandra Castillo-Tapia, and I'd like to give public comment on item number 7.
Great. Go right ahead, please.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Cassandra, and as a youth organizer with the Invest in Youth campaign, we are glad that due to our Invest in Youth Coalition's efforts for the past 7 years, we have finally woken up. The City Council and council members are finally seeing the need and doing something about the lack of investment in our communities, especially during these difficult times. With this motion, we now have Council President Mary Martinez and Councilmember Monica Rodriguez who are taking the first step in doing just that. We appreciate that both councilwomen are pushing this effort and doing this much needed work, but we still feel that we need an independent youth department in order to meet the needs of youth in the city. Why can't we create both departments? There's always that alternative. And there still needs to be investment and long-term planning done strictly for youth. We're worried that having this proposed department will not give youth the centered focus that is needed. We're worried that youth issues and youth empowerment will get lost under a big department and that our voices will once again not be heard. LA County has taken the first step to make this happen, and LA City can begin to do just that and listen to our demands. We need a youth development department because there will be funds from, Measure J, which recently passed by citizens in LA County, that will provide money for youth. We must be ready with the youth development department to be able to bring those funds to the city and to use them as the way that benefits the youth. The youth of the future, the now, and we need to invest in youth.
Good point.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. We'll be going for about another 10 minutes of public comment, just for everyone's planning purposes, about another 10 minutes, and then we'll resume with item number 1. Excuse me. I'm sorry. We'll be going back to the consent items, and then we'll go back to item number 1. Go right ahead. Next speaker.
Caller with the last 4 digits of 5572. Please dial *6 to unmute. Identify yourself and which items you wish to speak on.
Hello?
Caller with the last 4 digits, 5572. Please dial *6 to unmute. Identify yourself and which items you wish to speak on.
Hi, I just gave public comment. I just want to let you all know that.
Sorry about
thank
that.
you so much. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Caller with the last 4 digits, 3601. Please dial *6 to unmute. Identify yourself and which items you wish to speak on.
Wendy Butts, item 1. Good afternoon. As CEO of the LA Conservation Corps, I am asking for your support in removing the $540,000 slated to be cut from our Clean and Green and Riverkeepers contracts with the Board of Public Works. I understand that you are grappling with $600 million in cuts, and each dollar means fewer jobs and more unmet needs. Here's why ours matter. Our Corps members are on the front line, clearing and cleaning the city's streets, alleys, underpasses, and other forgotten areas. Our Corps members are part of the vulnerable populations hit hardest by this pandemic. 41% of current Clean and Green Corps members are the only ones in their families earning a paycheck right now. 84% are contributing more to their families' bills than they did before the pandemic. We already took a 25% cut to our Clean and Green funding this year, but our service outcomes have actually increased. Comparing July to November 2019 to the same period in 2020, our Corps members have collected and disposed of 125% more pounds of trash and 276% more bulky items through cleaning more alleys and streets. They're working hard to address these ever-important quality of life issues now. Please support that as the pandemic continues and take our cuts out of the FSR proposals. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Caller with the last 4 digits, 6281. Please dial *6 to unmute. Identify yourself and which items you wish to speak on.
Go ahead,
Hi, my name is Gail Rath, and I'd like to speak on number 1, please.
Go right ahead.
Okay, I understand that you must do cuts for LA Animal Services, but you must do the cuts and take away jobs that aren't needed. The ACTs are the ones that work with the animals every day. Upper management needs to be cut. PR needs to be cut. They have just signed a $1.54 million agreement with the glue to do PR. ACTs are the foundation that keep the animals safe. They feed them. They take the intakes. They do everything that's needed. Please reconsider when you do your cuts. You must only do the cuts from non-essential workers. Without them, there is going to be nobody. I mean, absolutely nobody to take care of the animals. I appreciate your consideration, and please go over what you think you're going to cut and make sure you are doing it correctly. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Caller with the last 4 digits, 4891. Please dial *6 to unmute. please dial *6 to unmute. Identify yourself and which items you wish to speak on.
Go ahead, caller.
Caller, please dial *6 to unmute.
Once more, please.
Caller with the last 4 digits, 4891. Please dial *6 to unmute. Identify yourself and which items you wish to speak on.
Okay. Let's go to the next caller, please.
Caller with the last 4 digits, 1676. Please dial *6 to unmute. Identify yourself and which items you wish to speak on.
Hi, my name is Kevin. I live in CD14. I'd like to speak on item number 1, please.
Go right ahead.
I've been listening to the meeting and the other callers, and I also have a problem with this item in that it doesn't cut enough police jobs. There are only 950 officers potentially facing cuts, and I think we need to do a lot more defunding before the city can address its other urgent needs, healthcare, animal services, all the things that we've been hearing about on this call. Supporters of the police have failed over and over again to prove that more policing equals more safety, when in fact the opposite is true. We've seen that the root causes of crime are not able to be addressed by the police. These root causes include housing insecurity, food insecurity, poverty, racism, classism. These are not things that the police alleviate in any way. They in fact make all of them worse. And so for the people who would like to continuously demand, give the LAPD more and more money, they do not actually want safety. They want, security for themselves because they are of a certain class, certain race, etc. The police should be defunded. That's a very important thing we can do for public safety. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Caller with the last 4 digits, 5318. Please dial *6 to unmute. Identify yourself and which items you wish to speak on.
My name is Gina Viola, and I'd like to speak on items 7, 1, and 2, please.
Go right ahead.
Thanks. For number 7, I would really urge you to listen to the incredible youth that called in today and spoke. It's imperative that any council you create for them should have youth voices on it. I was very impressed with what I heard, and I hope that you will be too, and make sure that happens. If you don't put them on there, it's useless. Item number 1. I have been going to the police commission meetings for about 4 years now, so I've been paying extreme close attention to the LAPD, its budgets, and its practices. The extreme waste of funding seen by the LAPD is constant and never ending. Just these last 2 weeks at the mayor's house, the amount of police, we had 13 out of the 14 days. We had no police there today. Today was the safest day that we had. The police do not keep us safe. I am also a small business owner, and I've also lived in many areas of this city. And I'm here to say again, the police do not keep us safe. They're called after a crime is committed. They don't even prevent crimes. They can't even solve crimes without the financial assistance of the public. For item number 2, it is imperative that you open this up and make this a participatory process for this money, this tiny bit of money that has been managed to be moved from the LAPD, the $150 million, which, by the way, I haven't really seen it moved from the LAPD budget. Everybody's talking about this big increase in crime. Not a single officer has been let go yet. So again, I'd like to remind you that those two do not correlate. more police do not keep us safe. That's proof is in the pudding. So, but you absolutely have to let the community weigh in on how these monies are spent. And looking at this sheet, you can't rush this through. You cannot rush this through. You have to do your due diligence and listen to the council members in each district and actually bring community members in to talk about, and people who have been impacted in these areas, to talk about how they want these monies allocated. You've already stolen about $50 million off of it.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker will be our final speaker. So let's call the next speaker, please.
Caller with the last four digits, 8178. Please dial *6 to unmute. Identify yourself and which items you wish to speak on.
Hi, my name is Sophie. I'd like to speak on items 1 and 7.
Go right ahead.
Hi, yeah. So first of all, as far as police keeping us safe, 1 out of every 3 people in this country who are killed by a stranger are killed by police. I'll say that again. 1/3 of all people in this country who are murdered by a stranger are murdered by police. That is not safety. In addition, a very disproportionate number of people who are killed by police are Black people. They're 3 times more likely to be killed by police than white people, and 1.3 times more likely to be unarmed compared to white people when they are killed. So we have a racial issue, we have a violence issue, police budget is overinflated, and if we want to talk about safety, that's something that comes as a result of funding for resources, not for police. Community safety is not guns who are walking around, with your cops walking around with guns and who are armed. It's services for young people. It's libraries that are safe and cop-free. It is access to green space and housing and food. People have said, the COVID time is not a time for police to be defunded. Well, guess what? Police don't even wear masks. So if you want to talk about safety for, health, cops aren't wearing masks. They're spreading COVID. If you want to talk about people leaving LA, they're leaving because it's too expensive to live here and there's no housing, not because it's unsafe. Police do not keep us safe, and we need fewer police. And I agree with those who have spoken before me that, honestly, the only issue with this is that it's not a big enough cut to the budget. And you should listen to the youth who have called in to speak about item 7. Fund and platform their voices instead of listening to people who are afraid and, clutching their pearls about, lack of safety. We haven't seen anything. This state spends 6 times more per incarcerated person than we do per student. That is a shame. That is a reflection of our priorities. And you guys should stop upholding the prioritization of criminalizing people over taking care of them. I yield my time.
Thank you very much. That will conclude our public comment on all agenda items for today's meeting. So members, I'd like to ask that we go back now we'll hold item 1 on the desk for the moment, and we will go to the consent items, which I would propose item 3, that we approve the CAO's recommendations. Item 4, that we concur in the ITGS committee recommendations. Item 5, I believe there's a proposed amendment from the CAO. And item 6, I would propose that we approve the recommendation of the Board of Recreation and Park Commissioners.
Sir,
is there an amendment on item 5?
On item 5, there's an amendment to the CEO recommendation. This is the report requests authority for the CEO to identify some general fund money to repay the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. But because the timing of that payment is due in February, we would like to recommend a transfer and funding source at this time. I'd like to turn over to Emilizan Cervantes, who has the language for that amendment. That's
okay.
Good evening. We'd like to, Emilizan Cervantes, from the Office of the CAO, we'd like to amend the CAO report regarding Council File 20-1303 to add an additional instruction to authorize the controller to transfer $219,383 from the unappropriated balance, fund number 100-58, account 580196, reserved for mid-year adjustments to the Housing and Community Investment Department, Fund number 569-43, revenue source code 5691, to repay the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development Hopwood Grant Line of Credit for audit findings related to the Housing Opportunities for Persons with AIDS program. Thank you.
Okay, so the CAO recommendations then will be, I assume, to encompass the the Housing Committee's recommendations with those amendments. Is that right?
That's correct. It's basically our recommendations plus this additional amendment.
Okay. Very good. So we will go ahead and accept those amendments then, and I would propose approval of that item as amended. And then item number 7 is a motion that I would recommend we approve and move forward to council. And all of those items 3 through 7 can be taken up on consent unless members have questions about any of them or concerns. And if you do, wave your hand. If not, we can go ahead and call all of those recommendations, take them up together on consent. So let's go ahead and call the roll on the consent calendar, please, as just stated.
Thank you. And just to confirm, for item 3, we will also be concurring with ITGS committee.
Yes.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Koretz.
Aye.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, aye.
5 ayes. These items are approved as stated by the chair and CAO.
Very good. Thank you very much. And that will take us back to item number 1. And I think there was one, before we take up departmental questions or departmental concerns, there was one minor question I think that someone had on general services. Was that, who had the question on general services? I thought that was Mr. Koretz. Wasn't that you, or was that the motion that you wanted to introduce? No? Okay. Okay, well, before we begin with taking up departments, members, I want to make just a couple of general contextual comments before we begin. And I think the CAO did a very effective job of providing a description of where we are at with our budget. And I just want to kind of speak from the heart about that as well. A year ago, we were in a situation where the city had had 9 years of consecutive revenue growth. We were breaking all records for tourism, for new business starts, for gross receipts of businesses, traffic through our airport and our ports at all-time highs. And then along came COVID. And I should add that before that, this committee had worked hard for at least the last 8 years to put the city in the strongest financial position it had ever been in the history of the city of Los Angeles. We worked hard year after year, ensuring that even things that we wanted to spend money on, to expand services, to support the people of Los Angeles, we were willing to constrain those recommendations in order to build up the largest reserve that the city had ever had in its history. And we did that because we knew that those rosy times of 9 consecutive years of revenue growth would not continue forever. We knew that there would be a downturn and there would be a time when the city would need to call upon its reserves. And had this committee not done that work, the city would be facing a position, would be in a position right now that would be essentially impossible to emerge from. And so I want to start this discussion by thanking the members of this committee and both the current mayor and the previous mayor, as well as all of the council members who've supported this committee throughout that time in building up those reserves, because I can't even conceive of where we would be right now had we not prepared for this day, and we did. So that's the first thing I want to note. I also want to note that when COVID hit in March in force, and we saw business closures, and we knew that revenues would decline for this city dramatically, we knew at that time that we were going to be in for an extremely fluid budgetary situation. And that's why we needed to call upon those reserves to just finish fiscal year 2019-2020 with a balanced budget. And we did. We drew down a significant part of that reserve to get through last year. We knew this committee made the decision to not engage in our usual budgetary process, to accept the mayor's budget as it had been proposed, precisely because we knew that we had no way to be able to gauge what our revenues would be for the coming year. It would be guesswork to imagine what revenues would be, what the additional expenses of this city would be, how much we would have to dig into those reserves and other services in order to keep people alive during the COVID pandemic, how we would deal with exploding homelessness as a result of the economic downturn and all the other ramifications of COVID. We knew that, and we knew that, and I said many, many times, and I hope people were listening, that this budget would be not carved in stone, but would be an entirely moving target, an entirely fluid proposal that would need to be revised and revised again and revised again and revised again throughout the fiscal year. And that has proven to be exactly true. You may all remember that it was just, I don't know, I've lost track of time a little bit, but it was just a couple of months ago that we were looking at reports that were telling us that even the mayor's austere budget that we were operating under underestimated our revenue decline by between 45 million and, worst case scenario, $400 million. Those were the facts we were operating with just a couple of months ago. And now we have a report from the CAO coming to us and saying that that worst case scenario of just 2 months ago has blossomed by another $200 million of problems that we have to solve for. So I think it's really important that this not get lost in the usual sort of, analytical language of the FSR process. We are facing the five of us, and our colleagues on the city council and the mayor and all of the departments that work with this city and all of the public employees who serve our constituents are facing the worst fiscal catastrophe that this city has ever seen in any of our lifetimes. The only thing that might compare is the Great Depression, and I'm not sure if that does. So that's the situation that we are currently facing. Now, what we had presented to us by the CAO is not a series of thoughtful policy recommendations based on the priorities of the council or the mayor. They are a response to the call for first aid that we issued to the CAO. We told the CAO, go out, and the mayor told the departments, go out and do an exercise. do an exercise by which you cut all of your budgets by 3%. And that's what we asked departments to do. We asked the CAO to address the yawning absence of revenues with recommendations to this committee, which the 3% reductions would not come close to meeting. And so that's what we have before us. We have before us the results of our instructions to the CAO. But none of us and no one in the public should be under any misapprehension that what we have before us is a thoughtful revision to the budget that reflects the values of this council. What we have before us is a tourniquet that we're twisting right now to try to stop the bleeding. And in my view, whatever we do today should be seen as nothing more than that. And I think, and I'm going to ask, that this committee engage in a deeper budgetary analytical process beginning in January to really evaluate a comparison of departmental budgets and departmental cuts and ensure that those reflect the values that we wish to impose. The 3% exercise was largely done under the guise of equity among departments. And in my view, there is nothing whatever equitable about that exercise for many reasons. And each department will give a different argument about why they are not being treated equitably by that 3% exercise. Some will say, well, I was hit disproportionately by the SIP. Some will say, my budget was already cut last year. Some will say, I have retirements this year that are way out of line of what's normal, and I have to fill those positions. Some will say that they have critical positions that were vacated for one reason or another, and with the hiring freeze, they won't be able to function. There will be many reasons why whatever we do today will still be seen as being entirely inequitable, and that's true. It will be. And it's incumbent upon us to fix that. I don't believe today is the day for us to fix that, because I don't think we can. It's the nature of the FSR. Maybe it shouldn't be, but the FSR report before us was seen by each of us 72 hours ago, was seen by the public 72 hours ago, and it is impossible for us to make those sorts of thoughtful decisions about what actual cuts need to be made, what transfers among departments need to be made in order to ensure that the outcome at the end of our work is something resembling a budget that we can afford that best reflects the values of the city of Los Angeles and the urgent needs of the people of the city of Los Angeles. So I don't want us to think that we have to do that today, because we can't. We need to do that in a more thoughtful way. But what we do need to do today is address honestly the fact that this city is facing a catastrophic economic precipice. And I want to just reiterate a couple things that the CAO said before we begin our departmental discussions. So there are $103 million in proposed departmental reductions in this report that have varying degrees of impact on services, some more significant than others. There's $69 million in solutions in this report that are directly related to taking COVID relief funds and FEMA reimbursements. Then we get to $259 million, more than $250 million taken from reserves. We've spent, this committee, under my chairmanship at least, has spent 8 years building up those savings. We've been denying service requests for every one of those 8 years in order to save that money. And we're going to spend it like that. we're going to spend 8 years of savings this year if there isn't some other intervention. In addition to that, the CAO's report calls on $150 million of debt financing solutions, something that we have never done under my chairmanship because it is terrible policy. We're taking today's debt, today's obligations, and we're financing them. We're putting the mortgage payment on a credit card. We've never done that, and we should never do that. But we have no choice this year but to do that because the impacts on services, if we were not to do that, are too unimaginable to bear. So the proposal that's before us is under the is assuming that these consequences that we're trying to avoid this year, we will be able to spread that pain over multiple years as the economy recovers. But make no mistake about it, that $150 million is not a solution. It's just a spreading of the problem. So hopefully, we all are hopeful that once we get past the COVID pandemic era, our economy will recover and we will be able to repay those debts. But that's going to mean additional cutting in future years. It's going to mean additional services that we're not able to pay for because we have to repay this debt. So only after all of that happens, after we get to about almost $600 million in corrections, do we get to a point where we need to ask for solutions that involve layoffs or labor concessions. So I want us to understand that context. We're talking about almost $600 million of corrections that we will never be able to use again before we get to the point of asking for a single layoff or a single concession. Now, I want to reemphasize that issue of our use of reserves and our borrowing. This is the only time we're going to be able to use that, folks. I cannot sit here and guarantee to you that next fiscal year we're going to be in better shape. In fact, in all likelihood, it's going to be worse. It's going to be harder because I don't know how long, no one knows how long our recovery will take. No one knows how soon it'll be before those revenues recover. We will continue to have additional increased expenses, likely because of COVID. We'll have additional payments that are going to come due because of the SIP program. So the savings we realized this year are going to increase our expenses next year. We're going to have a big problem next year as well. So I see this as at least an 18-month solution, a problem that we have to solve, not a 6-month solution. And I think if we don't think of it that way, if we just kick the can down into next year, we're going to be in a much worse position with far fewer solutions to solve this than we face right now. And I want to say this finally before we get into departments about, the labor component of this, the idea of talking to labor about their current collective bargaining agreements, the idea of talking about potential layoffs of anyone, sworn or civilian. I know that all of us believe, I think I can speak for all of us, in saying that there is not a surplus person in this city payroll, on the city payroll. We have diminished the size of our workforce over the course of the last decade because of constraints in our budget. And if there was anything extraneous 8 years ago, they're gone. There's no low-hanging fruit left. The people who work for this city show up every day. They work hard for the people that we represent. Some of them who wear uniforms, and some who don't. literally put their lives on the line to defend and protect and serve the people of this city. And anybody who thinks that we can do with just fewer of them and have the same kind of city that we have now, I think is very misguided. And I think that whatever we do here, we have to keep in mind there's going to be major, almost unimaginably bad impacts from any layoffs of any employees. And I think we all have to commit ourselves to that being the very last option that we resort to only if that $600 million of other solutions is not enough. Only if there is not, help that we get from the federal government. Only if the economy does not recover or gets worse. Only if we can't realize all of those sorts of options to solve this problem should we even consider laying off a single employee. That's my view. But at the same time, we have to realize that those things may not happen. We may not get a penny of help from the federal government. Our economy may not recover. It may get worse. We may be facing a situation where we don't have any options left, and our actions today need to reflect our ability to prepare for that eventuality. In my view, we should never do that. We should never take that action unless we have to. And I hope that that will be reflected in our instructions today, that not one employee of the city, not one police officer, not one firefighter, not one civilian employee would be laid off from the city unless that is the absolute last resort, because we were literally out of money to be able to pay for those people. And I hope that that will be reflected in our instructions, and I intend it to be so. But I'm just going to finally say, this is not labor's fault. It's not the fault of any of our labor unions, sworn or civilian. They bargained for their agreements in good faith. They deserve to get paid for the services that they provide for the people. They deserve to be treated with respect and dignity and be paid according to the degree of service that they provide, which is great. And, I don't for 1 minute think that we should scapegoat any one of our unions or union leadership or the people that they represent for the situation that we're in. We are in this situation because the globe has been hit with an unprecedented pandemic that has created an unprecedented economic catastrophe for this city. And that's the only reason we are facing this situation. So I think the time for, trying to find fault is over. The time for pitting one group against another is over. The time now that we're facing is the time to face up to the reality and the math of the situation that this city is facing, and to make the decisions that we need to make to protect the city, protect its services, and protect the budget that it's our obligation to protect. So I just wanted to make those initial comments before we go into the departmental discussions. So again, general services is on my list, but no one seems to have a question for general services. Is that right?
I did.
Oh, okay. Okay, so Mr. Bonin, they asked if we could just resolve that issue because I think it's a quick one. So if we could do that before we go to others.
Yeah, thank you. In the FSR on page 22, when it is detailing some of the impacts from general services, brighten up a light here. It says there'll be deferred equipment and repairs. It will increase the the vehicle out of service rate and increased repair costs due to additional maintenance and repairs. Over the past couple of years, we had worked really hard to fix some of the backlog, particularly with regard to vehicles for first responders. In particular, I'm thinking at the moment of the firefighting helicopters, and there's only 5 or 6 of them. So if one of them is out, and we had a situation over the past couple of years where 2 of them were out, that is that's an impact of 20% capability at a time when we have a lot of fires. So what I wanted to ask General Services is what impact that would have on the repair of vehicles for our first responders and helicopters.
Right. Good evening. Can you guys hear me okay? This is Richard Colson with the General Services Department.
Yes, sir. Go right ahead. Yes.
All right, great. So as it stands right now, I want to be able to draw a line of separation. We have the rolling stock side of the house, and of course we have the aircraft side of the house. So for the aircraft side of the house, we are down 2 helicopter mechanics, but we are working closely with the departments just to continue to maintain the availability that we all agreed to. And as it stands today, we've met that availability, and that's the 3 water dropping aircraft out of the 5 to be available at all times. Mm-hmm. So we've been successful at that, and our plan is to continue to do that. If it gets to the point where there's going to be some challenge, we'll certainly bring that back to you, letting you know that our vacancy rate at the heliport is at levels that it very well could prohibit us from meeting those availability guidelines. But as it stands right now, with the way things are working, I think we can weather the storm, hoping to fill those 2 positions as soon as we can. But as it stands right now, we can weather the storm and keep the availability for the water dropping aircraft where it is today.
Please let us know the moment that potential changes, because this came about a couple of years ago when there was simultaneous fires in the border of CD11 and CD5 while we were winding down, battling a huge blaze in Ms. Rodriguez's district, and it actually impaired response, and we need to make sure that doesn't happen. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry, members, that was kind of a special request because that was going to be just a quick question so General Services could go. But I went on a little bit of a tirade there, so I wanted to make sure that all other members had an opportunity. If you'd like to provide some opening comments, Mr. Price, shall we? Let's start with our Vice Chair, and then we'll go to Mr. Kretz as well. Mr. Price.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me just first of all thank the CAO for his very detailed and informative report, and Mr. Chair, for your comments, your preliminary comments. I thought they were good. You really helped set a roadmap of what we're going to be doing in this committee over the next several months. Let me just say that no one here is supportive of layoffs, not for civilians or our sworn officers. These are unprecedented times in the city. Not only is humanity suffering from this global health crisis, but we're also in the midst of an economic storm that has created a $775 million budget deficit, as we've heard. And that's going to have far-reaching consequences for all Angelenos. This financial crisis has resulted in thousands of city employees forced to take pay cuts, via furlough, others facing layoffs, hiring freeze, reduction of core services to keep the nation's second largest city afloat. And those are impactful. At this juncture, I think we need to examine all cost-saving measures, all measures, and we have to share the pain of sacrifice amongst the entire city family. I think that's the only fair way to approach it. So I'm urging all key players within the unions and departments to come back to the table and be the voices that will help save our city from further financial ruin. I think, Mr. Chairman, you were accurate. The unions and labor certainly was not the fault, not the reason for this for this dilemma that we're in, but we're just asking for some help in getting out of it. I'm also hopeful that the new Biden-Harris administration will be able to meet the needs of this moment and provide a lifeline that will get us closer to bridging the gap. Although we're facing one of the greatest trials in our history, I think we have to sharpen our focus, hone our unwavering strength, and keep pushing forward for the sake of the city. And it's my pledge to do just that, Mr. Chairman, and look forward to working with you to make that happen, you and my colleagues to make that happen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Price. Mr. Kretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and colleagues. And first, I'd like to start with the mundane, since this seems like an appropriate time, just to move, and I don't know if I have to read the whole motion or if I can just read the moving clause. I therefore move that $611,000 be transferred from LADWP blanket authority number 6757-5, work order number URR 80, to the Transportation Trust Fund number 840, Department 94, account number 2200, miscellaneous deposits for overtime costs associated with LADOT services during construction of the Stone Canyon and Sunset West Trunk Line Unit 1 replacement. I further move that the LADOT be authorized to transfer the above identified funds on an as-needed basis from the Transportation Trust Fund number 840, Department 94, account 2200, miscellaneous deposits, to the Transportation Fund number 100, Department 94, account number 001090, salaries-overtime, to pay for overtime costs associated with the above described project and to credit or reimburse the Department of Water and Power for any surplus amounts. I therefore move that the LADOT be authorized to make any technical corrections or clarifications to the above fund transfer instructions in order to effectuate the intent of this motion. And that is taking money that was the DWP's responsibility to fix the line where there was the Sunset Boulevard second blowout, and have that money reimbursed to DOT. So that hopefully is a benign motion that can be included in the overall motion. Then,
for the moment, Mr. Kretz, I will second that, and then we'll take that up for discussion when we take up the larger set of recommendations. So go ahead with any opening comments you'd like to make.
And as far as opening comments, I certainly agree with Mr. Price on recognizing the CAO and the chair of this committee for the good work to get us to this point, considering we are facing massive shortfalls, the like of which we have not seen or imagined due to COVID. I have to say, regardless of that, I'm not in favor of using layoffs, especially layoffs that begin so late in this fiscal year that they're going to do more injury to our ability to function than they're going to achieve the savings we need to achieve. So I would certainly ask that we not set those wheels in motion yet until we've, again, attempted to engage with our labor partners and try to come up with viable alternatives. And I'm asking that we not even start that process, which will be costly, especially if we then don't lay anyone off. That'll just be money thrown out. And I would ask that we separate the question of layoffs from the rest of the CAO recommendations in this FSR when we vote. I would just ask that we continue to negotiate and don't begin this process yet. And,
sorry.
And the one other thing I would say is I see at least two sources potentially, although I know we're hesitant to use them. One is to take at least a portion of the recently found COVID extra money that we have not spent. And one is to take a portion of the $90 million that we set aside in cuts from the LAPD. While it's great to do all the good things in the community and look at things like median maintenance and tree trunk removal and street repair and sidewalk repair and all those good things, if we're looking at that compared to laying off police officers, we're already at a point where we have a 30% increase in homicides, 34% increase in victims shot and shots fired. And in my district, I'll note I have a 700% increase in homicides, a 133% increase in victims shot, and an 85% increase in shots fired. But they're significant throughout the city, and I'm hesitant to see us even consider layoffs any further to LAPD, which is proposed for the majority of the layoffs.
Thank you. And on the issue of separating the questions, just for clarity, I'm going to be making recommendations at the end of this discussion. It is my recommendations that we'll be voting on. The CAO's report is nothing but a report. So my recommendations will be the motion that we will be voting on. It'll encompass a lot of what's in the FSR, but it will also change a lot of what's in the FSR. So that's what we will be putting up for a vote. So, and I'll address all of that after we've had our discussions. Mr. Blumenfield, Mr. Bonin, any comments you'd like to make at this time? Mr. Blumenfield.
Great, thank you. And I really appreciate the way you framed everything at the beginning. Mr. Chairman, the report before us is awful. I don't know, I mean, we all know this. The suggestions that are being made are odious. The reliance on borrowing and reserves goes against all of my beliefs in terms of fiscal stewardship of this city. The thought about layoffs to public safety and essential workers is unthinkable, and we all agree should be avoided at every opportunity. And while the report is not specifically directing those layoffs, it's bringing up those questions, and I know that's not what we're voting on, but this is, we can't sugarcoat this. This is a terrible situation that we're in, and nobody is trying to sugarcoat it. But it's important for all of us to say it, because when people are calling in saying, don't cut this, don't cut that, this is an important value, we all agree, or most of us agree. I mean, these are really important values, but the bottom line that we have to deal with is we can't spend what we don't have. And it's irresponsible for us to keep borrowing. And we're doing a little bit of that. And I understand why we have to do that, even though, in my heart, it goes against what I think is in our best interest in terms of the borrowing situation. But I understand, especially because we are viewing this as a temporary situation, that when this vaccine comes, we'll start getting more revenues back. But all of it points also to this underlying issue of we are a locality. Every locality in the country is suffering like this, and we need help from the federal government. They have the singular ability to provide the emergency assistance that we need. And the state also, I mean, they are facing a $26 billion surplus. They need to kick some of that down to the cities, because we all represent the same people. Just because we represent them on a local level and the state folks represent them as state reps and the feds as federal reps. What's happening, what this budget deficit is forcing, is affecting all of our constituents on every level. But it just so happens that the deficit is coming in the city, through the city, because that's the way this COVID is impacting us. The way the revenues are getting impacted hurts the cities more than it does the state, because the state still relies on the income tax, which the highest percentage is still doing well, and they're getting that money, but we don't. We rely on the sales tax and TOT and these other sources, which are dropping through the floor. And even the revenue predictions that this FSR is based on are rosy. We know that even what's in front of us is probably too optimistic. So I am extremely worried about what's going on. I've got a lot of questions for the CAO and for the departments in terms of how we handle this. I appreciated what Mr. Koretz said. I do think that there are some other solutions, and we talked about, when we did the initial budget, I offered a motion which was unanimously accepted by this committee about maximizing our CARES dollars and our FEMA dollars to make sure that we keep our basic services functioning. And this is the time to do some of that, to maximize some of those dollars so that we can keep our city functioning. That's what it comes down to. Is we're literally trying to get the to, as you said, a tourniquet to stop the bleeding. So this is a very serious situation, as we all know. This report is just that. It is a report. It is telling us where we're at. It is not. It is raising these directions, but we have to go back. We have to work with our labor partners. We have to work with everyone to figure out the least damage that we can do. And then I appreciated, Mr. Chair, what you talked about, which is come January, come February, we may need to do some major reassessment of our city functions. We have had this mission creep over the course of years where we do so many things, which are all great, but they are not all core city functions. And we have to look at that, and we have to figure out how we can streamline. But at the moment, we don't have that luxury. We have to put that tourniquet on, and we have to stop the bleeding, because the other thing, and I know you know this, is that the longer that we wait and keep waiting for the feds or to ride in on the white horse or someone else, the worse the problem gets, and the bigger the hole is going to be, and the more painful the solutions are. So anyway, that's just opening comments, and I appreciate the opportunity, and appreciate the CAO putting forward this report, as much as I find it odious in terms of the reality that it is revealing, and the possibilities that are in front of us. And I will work to create better possibilities, but I don't, again, no sugarcoating. It's ugly. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bonnet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the opportunity to give a few comments, and I'll try to be brief. I really appreciated your framing of the issue. I agreed with a great deal of your intro, not all of it, but I agreed with a great deal of it, particularly the history and the context you laid out, particularly the history and the context about the first $600 million that we're discussing. Every single thing that we are talking about today, every single thing that we will be talking about in council tomorrow, every single thing that we're going to be talking about for the next brutal 16 and probably the next brutal 18 or longer months would have been unimaginable a short time ago. The idea that after all the work that this committee has put in for a decade, the idea that this committee would be rating our reserves, that would be doing borrowing, is absolutely unimaginable. And so is the concept and the prospect of layoffs. I will be very clear. I do not want a single layoff. When Mayor Garcetti announced his original budget proposal in April, I was just looking at the LA Times story then. I said I was relieved that it did not include layoffs. And I briefly at that point left my typical state of budgetary pessimism and thought that we might not be at a point where we would be discussing layoffs this year. But that's where we are. We should not have to have any layoffs. And I really want to give a shout out to our labor partners who have helped us avoid them so far. I think it is very important to acknowledge that we've had some partners who have been really very good at helping us think through how to avoid them. And I think it is very important that all of our labor partners help us have that discussion to avoid devastating impacts on their departments or on the services that we have. Everything at this point, in a situation this bleak and likely to get bleaker, everything has to be on the table. And so must be every concept, every discussion about how to avoid the things that we consider to be unimaginable and how to avoid layoffs. The only thing that doesn't work in this conversation is look over there, blame them, or cut somebody else, because we can't do that. We've already, the first $600 million in this is already cutting marrow. It's already putting us in a very precarious position for the future. And we need not to be doing that. Every department needs to be looking at ways of making some cuts. Those are the choices we're going to have, and those are the options we're going to have going forward. The one thing I really think is very important, because there will be time for the specific discussions about every department as a result of what we do today. We're actually not we're not doing any layoffs today. But the most important thing I think we can do is not defer the process any longer. I hope we can avoid every single layoff, but I do think we need to give the instruction to start that process so that people know that these are real options, that these are real threats, that these are real risks, and that we don't find ourselves 6 months down the road being 6 months away from having a tool if we need it. It's a tool I hope we don't have to use, but we need to have every tool in our arsenal to deal with a crisis this bad, especially when it looks as if it is actually going to be getting worse. So I urge us not to defer that. If you look back at the FSR, there's a lot of departments which are overspending, and what's listed as the reason for the overspending is because we didn't do the furloughs. The deferral has cost us and faced us with stark choices now. Deferral is denial, and denial is just going to be even more devastating than what we have. So I think everything needs to be on the table, and I think we need to be looking at every way to avoid layoffs, and I hope that all of our labor partners will help us do that. And let's just get into dealing with the big ugly ahead.
Very good. Thank you very much. Thank you, members. So obviously the biggest part of the city's budget and the biggest concern I think that many of us have in the recommendations that are before us today is the police department and the potential impacts on public safety that may come from any further reductions in the police department. And so I'd like to begin our discussion today by welcoming Chief Moore. Thank you for joining us, Chief. And I'd like to invite you to offer some introductory comments first before we get into more specific questions. And you're muted right now, Chief. Chief, you're muted. Yes, Chief Moore, you're still on mute. Let me see if I can help from my end. Chief Moore, can you hear me? Okay. Okay, we'll just take a moment here, and if push comes to shove, you could, I think, call into this number on the... can our ITA staff see if there's an issue with the connection, or is that an issue on Chief Moore's end?
Mr. Chair, we're going to get to speak with the CAO too, correct?
Yes. And I'm sorry, did you want to ask more general questions of the CAO before we begin the departments?
Whenever the appropriate time is. And if we're waiting on the chief, we can move to that, but it's up to you.
Yeah, if it's general questions, let's go ahead and do that. If we can get Mr. Llewellyn ready. Yes. So any questions for the CAO? We'll start with Mr. Bloomfield, then Mr. Kretz. Go right ahead, Mr. Bloomfield.
Great. Just to be clear too, because I think we've covered this in Chair's introduction as well, but the CAO's report in front of us is it actually we're not actually approving layoffs in this report, correct? This report is reporting on the possibilities. Maybe you can make that clear.
Council member, this is Rich Llewellyn from the CAO's office. You are approving to prepare the process, and it will come back to you with an actual layoff list if we end up there where we cannot, for example, find special funded positions to move people into. You will be seeing any layoff list again before any layoffs take place.
Okay. And it's unclear to me, the FSR and the COVID reports are unclear how much CARES money does the city actually have left? How much is left in the CARES Act funding? Can it be used for salaries of our essential workers, including public safety workers?
Councilmember, the CRF funding by the Treasury guidelines can be used for public safety and public health salaries. We have moved approximately 250 million of the 700 into the city's budget. So it's been about 450, if I'm doing the math right, out to our residents and businesses and 250 into the city. We are expecting there will be some left at year end in the various programs unspent. You have instructed us, if the deadline for CRF is not extended, to bring that money into our budget before the deadline. You've also instructed us, if the CRF deadline is extended, which has been a part of most of the stimulus proposals, to leave that money in the CRF for COVID relief. So we don't intend to lose any of the 700 million. How much will be moved into the budget versus left in the CRF account, we don't know yet, because we don't know how fast people are going to spend. Our current report estimates we will have approximately 40 million for budget balancing. We have also just done more accounting of the homeless funding. We expect to have some unspent homeless money, but we believe we will have to roll that over. As you know, some of those, the reason we haven't spent much of that is because the construction happening now with BOE hasn't been finished before year end as it was hoped for. So we will be having to pay those bills in January, February, and March. Our current report estimates we'll have 40 million for budget balancing, but again, that depends on how much is left and whether or not the CRF is extended.
Okay, so it's 40, because I had heard numbers higher than 40 million, but you're saying it's about 40 million that you estimate will be left. And then obviously the extension question, if the extension comes with additional funds, then maybe we'll be more loose about using those funds. But I certainly, as I've been saying all along, I think we need to look at those funds to maximize the preservation of city services. Similarly, we've got 90 million in the UB for various uses, including the preservation of city services. Correct?
Okay, you want to mute that?
Are you talking about item 2 on your agenda today, sir?
Yes.
Yes, sir. There's I think 88 million left. Yes, sir.
Right. And that can also be used, or some portion of it could be used for specifically for preserving city services. Is that correct?
Well, council member, as you recall, your council did use a portion of the original 150 for that purpose. And obviously it's a policy matter for you how to use the next tranche of money, which is starting with today on item 2, and then we'll go to council for that.
Right. All I'm saying is that there is some funding there that, given the timing of things, that we could, that we're not ready to spend some of that money on some of the alternatives, that we could spend it on the critical salaries for our, to deal with our budget deficit. That is a technical thing to do. I mean, I'm not asking for your opinion necessarily of it, but want to make sure that is a legal option that we have in front of us.
Yes, sir, I believe it is, which is, again, what your item 2 is about today.
Okay. And then the numbers on laying off police officers in terms of how much savings that comes in, like the 951 that was mentioned in the report results in 25 million. Why is it? I would have thought that number would have been higher. Did we lose Mr. Llewellyn?
He appears to be no longer on the line, maybe temporarily. That it's just a technical question. It's 3 months of savings that we had estimated as part of that reduction. So the 900 positions represents 3 months of savings, and that's where that number, how that number was calculated, because that's the average amount of time we expect. If the process began today, the layoffs would be sort of in effect for.
Let's call him back in. Okay. Well,
Mr. Llewellyn.
Our CAO.
Okay. You know, in the digital world of COVID era hearings, technical difficulties are something that we just have to deal with. So, Mr. Blumenfield, if we can just defer further questions for the CAO, we have Chief Moore back on the line with us. So why don't we, while we're trying to get Mr. Llewellyn back on the line, why don't we go ahead and hear from Chief Moore with his introductory comments, and hopefully that will work. Chief Moore. I'm afraid, Chief, you are still muted.
Okay,
Chief,
good afternoon.
There we
think
go.
you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so thank you. I appreciate your patience as we all work through this technology that we have before us. First, let me thank Mr. Llewellyn and the CAO for the extraordinary efforts that they have embarked on this year dealing with this pandemic. It's a one-time extraordinary event, as they indicated on page 17. The devastating nature of these cutbacks to the city's coffers can't be denied, and nor can it be denied the shared sacrifice that all of us need to do. Give me just one moment. Okay, thank you. As we move forward, though, what I reflect on is the mayor's budget that was released in the Blue Book in April of this year, which anticipated the impact of this COVID pandemic on the city and its operations. And it involved a reduction in the department. It basically held us at a staffing level, as well as some cutbacks in our equipment and other resources. In June, the council passed a budget which moved $151 million from that amount, and it placed that in a lockbox, if you will. And on item number 2 today is discussions about reinvesting those funds from the LAPD into alternatives. I reflect upon June sitting in front of this city council budget hearing, as well as watching our efforts over the last 5 months to deal with these cutbacks. Cutbacks of more than 500 personnel, reductions in services, efforts to identify alternative means in which to provide for matters of the public's interest in regards to government services. What I'm troubled by today is that as we were asked and directed to do a 3% exercise across the board, I'll echo some remarks that were made by members of this council budget committee, and that is that was unilateral. The 7% reduction that we took back in June was severe and greatly compromised my ability as a general manager to take any type of further cuts that we saw other departments able to make, because overtime monies or capital expenditures and other still existed. Those are cuts that we long ago lost and have moved forward. What I'm asking you for today is what I heard from this committee, which is to take a step back and recognize that the primary function of city government is public safety. And in these times where there are such severe cutbacks and we have threats and challenges from so many different directions as to the basic safety of the city, is that this council not move as a tourniquet the elimination of some 1,700 sworn and civilian members of the organization. I've heard clearly from each member here that there's no desire for layoffs. But let me also say that the 9 years of year after year increases in tourism and revenue and the ability for this great city to be that world-class city that I believe it is, has been severely impacted by this pandemic. Moving our way out of it will require that the basic elements of city government are met first. Only then will capital continue to invest in the city, will business, commercial, and other engagements, including tourism, return and flourish here in Los Angeles. Now, I heard Councilman Bonin and others remark about this is not an exercise of what's in someone else's backyard, or it's not an exercise of pointing out that there are other options. But I have no other option. You cannot, in my view, ensure the safety of the city with what is before you today. So in summary, I would ask for you to identify alternatives, whether it is repurposing the monies that were earlier taken from the organization or reallotted from our budget. That $90 million that is before you today, many of the monies set aside for parks, curbs, park services, street sweeping, street repairs, capital investments, unquestionably, and needed. I'm an Angelino. I enjoy what we have as far as our streets and our services. But today we have to protect our core functions. And our core functions in the city is public safety, and that is police and fire, and DOT. And I believe that realignment of those resources, that there are other options, and I implore that you seek them. Lastly, there's been a number of conversations about the police department's labor. As you, I respect every member of the city family, sworn and civilian. And I also recognize that at this time of shared sacrifice that everyone needs to step back at the table and have a conversation about how we work through this. This is what makes this city family a city family, is that in these trying, most difficult circumstances, that as we come to 2021 and the uncertainty of that, how do we look at earlier labor agreements and understand how we can meet this moment with the promise that as we move forward, we will move out to brighter days and opportunities for labor and others to continue, if you will, in this great and rich relationship of what it means to be a city employee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief. If you can just hang tight for a second, Chief, I see that we have Mr. Llewellyn back on the line. So just for continuity's sake, if we can finish our general questions for the CAO, and then we'll go back to the Chief for departmental issues for the PD. So, Mr. Bloomfield, were you done with your questions for the CAO?
One other thing that's rather narrow, although important, I think, it's to deal with the issue of fees, not keeping up with escalating costs. Do you think this is an opportunity to, during this process, to establish a policy that all existing and future fees have some sort of automatic escalator, CPI factor, or something like that, that we could instruct that be included here? Because that's part of our issue, not so much on the core budget, but on a lot of our special funds, is that the fees just don't keep pace with inflation. And perhaps, and I know we revisit a lot of them every 10 years, 20 years, but what do you think of that idea? Is that a possibility in this crisis to change that policy?
Council member, we'd be happy to look at that. As you know, you have to have a fee study to support the fee. We can't tax our residents. We have to only charge them what things cost. So I don't know that we could automatically have a permanent escalator, although we have in the past had fees with escalators for limited periods of time, like 3 years, because we believe the cost structure would support it. I don't know that you could have a perpetual fee escalator, but we're happy to look at that.
Right, obviously related to the cost of things, to CPI or something like that. Anyway, it's in the scheme of this large thing, it's a small issue, but I do think it's something we've got to look at every little thing that we can, and having some sort of CPI on our fees. If we had that already, that would have made the hole that we're in a lot or a little bit smaller. But anyway, Mr. Chair, I don't know if there's a way to add that in as a recommendation to this overall project, but that's certainly something I'd like to see as we move forward.
Yeah, one of my recommendations will be asking the CAO to come back with maximizing fee revenue potential, including from some of the departments that are not currently doing so. In case I forget, let me say it now, that should include also an analysis of the legal ability of the city to incorporate escalators consistent with the fee study.
Great.
Thank you. Thank you. Good suggestion, Mr. Bloomfield. Mr. Kretz.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, a more technical question. I wonder if you or someone in your office can concisely describe how the increased reliance upon online sales is disadvantaging the city's sales tax receipts. And does the city get a direct share from the complex formula the state has for collecting taxes from online transactions? How much of a problem is all that for us?
Mr. Kretz, if I could, I would ask our kind of revenue experts to respond to that.
Hi, this is Melissa Krantz from the Office of the CAO. Unfortunately, we can't quantify the impact because we don't have the data to do that. The cities that charge their own transaction tax are able to do that, but we don't have a tax that's specific to our jurisdiction. We do have one for our metro taxes, but based on the per capita take of sales tax for jurisdictions, the city is below what you would expect to see, and so we believe that the current formula does disadvantage the city.
So I guess in the slightly longer term, we should take a close look at that and see if there's a way to advocate for a more equitable distribution of those funds, and whether that is adequately being taxed compared to direct sales.
So just to elaborate, that is something that would have to be taken up by the state legislature. This is a formula that is set statewide. There has been proposals that have unfortunately died, basically because you have jurisdictions that do benefit from the formula, that have these local warehouses that have that inventory sort of fighting it. So it would, if there is anything coming, it will not be an easy solution that will help us out now.
Well, I'd say we should put more focus and more effort into that. I don't believe we have in the past. So that's a question for another day. Then obviously it's not going to be a quick solution. As far as layoffs, I would reiterate what I said and exactly what Mr. Blumenfield said. Can we look at whether we can take more of the extra homeless money that was found and I think not expected? Can we look at taking some of the $90 million that we set aside for community benefits, knowing that we never anticipated hitting this much of a shortfall, and rather than laying off folks, and some of them may be some of the same folks that we were trying to advantage otherwise. This is clearly a mess. Also, I would ask, how much have we already spent in staff time in preparing for the possibility of layoffs, and how much more will we actually have to spend on staff time before we actually begin to lay off a single person? Have we looked at what those costs would be in terms of the dollar amount of all our staff time for that, and how many hours we anticipate that to take?
Councilmember, that is a combination mainly of the personnel department, the general managers of each department, and our office. I don't think any of us have tried to do an estimate on that. We do agree it will be a lot of work, and it will be work doing that instead of something else. There is a cost to it. I'm not trying to deny that. But we do not expect to increase anyone's budget to cover that. People will have to absorb that cost within their budget.
Right, so their departments will be less functional, especially personnel should be dramatically harmed, I would assume.
I think personnel will have to spend a significant amount of time on this, although again, our recommendation, and I hope the chair adopts it, is that the first effort be to find any position we can transfer someone to avoid a layoff, which will also take time and energy. If you recall from the last recession, you and Mr. Krikorian will, Mr. Bonham will, but we were able to save many jobs that way.
And in fact, enough that we didn't need to do layoffs. So I would be hopeful that that would be one of the areas we'd look in as well. As we calculate the amount that we're theoretically going to be saving with layoffs, have we looked at the relatively high amount we'll have to expend for unemployment for those same people during this same fiscal year?
Yes, sir. Our report includes an estimate that we have to increase that by slightly over $1 million. That will also affect our budget next year because some of the quote-unquote bill for that will lag time-wise, but it is a relatively small amount this year.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, anything else for the CAO before we go back to Chief Moore? Mr. Bonin.
Just a couple quick ones for you, Rich. In the FSR, I was trying to get clarity, and maybe I'm just being a little dense. I'm just trying for context. I know that originally our revenue projections at the beginning of the year were that we would actually take in more than we ended up with last year. And our monthly receipts have not been matching our projections. I'm just curious, are we on track at the current rate to come in with more or less revenue than we had last year? Less, okay, all right. Just wanted to clarify that, thank you. Second question was property tax. It's a big city, and other parts of the city are certainly different than the part I represent. But the documentary transfer tax, property and documentary transfer, the real estate market in my part of town is still like insanely robust. For the documentary transfer tax, are we seeing? I mean, it dipped, but are we seeing any upswing now in the documentary transfer tax?
Councilmember, that one has gone up and down. We are currently projecting and hoping that property tax itself will be stable. The county has not, as you know, property values of all kinds, except some people question commercial property because of vacancies, have been very stable, actually are up. Our real concern in the property tax at this point is, one, we don't know because we get the money late, and two, whether there will be a more significant default rate than normal. The county is not yet projecting a greater default rate than we have in our budget. We're projecting property tax on track, but we are concerned about that one, particularly on the default rate side.
And that's what the FSR means by when you're saying the secured and unsecured receipts will not be recovered? I was unclear on what that meant. It says there's a current $9.5 million shortfall for receipts through October, unchanged through December, are in secured and unsecured receipts and will not be recovered. We're never going to see that money?
Hello, this is Melissa Krantz of the Office of the CAO. Hi. So for property tax, it's sort of unusual. The property tax period is split between two fiscal years and 2 calendar years as well, actually. And so what the initial shortfall that you're seeing right now is property tax receipts from the prior tax period. So that tax period is done. We are not going to get any more money from that prior tax period. We are going to start a new tax period in December, and that is the time that we'll know where we are roughly in terms of property tax for the next tax year. The county remits us money based on a formula, and so by sort of back calculating on that formula, we would be able to know where we might end up. But what we are seeing in terms of trend receipts is secured and unsecured. The secured came in lower, which the county had, after some back and forth indicated that might be a source of delinquencies, not value. And the unsecured, that's often business machinery and other unfixed fixtures. And so that might be just the struggling businesses not being able to pay as well. So delinquencies, a taxpayer has up to 5 years to remedy any delayed taxes. We would recover that eventually if the value hasn't dropped, but it could be years on out. With regards to the dock tax, I can address that unless you have more questions about property tax.
No, I'm good on property tax. I asked a wonky question and I got a wonky answer. Thank you.
Okay. So for documentary transfer tax, right now we are seeing an improvement in receipts. It's not quite clear whether we will meet our budget. It looks like right now that we were trending below, but we don't expect it to be significantly short of budget. Of course, we have estimates that were provided using industry forecasts from Zillow and the California Association of Realtors that we've projected out. But of course, this is all probably going to be revised with the next quarters of receipts. So usually we will have those, come January and ready for the mayor's proposed budget. But right now, we don't see that receipt coming in too much below the current budget.
Okay, and the last question, if not really a question, I guess it's more of a point, is we're going to be spending a lot of time having meetings talking about how to cut over the next 6 months. And I know work is already starting to begin for the next fiscal year. The mayor, staff, and CAO are beginning to work on that. At some point, I'd love if we can spend some time talking about ways to diversify our revenue. We're lucky compared to Santa Monica, which was devastated because they were so based on sales and TOT. We're more diverse, but I'd love if we can find some time, either in a committee meeting or you and I, Rich, to start talking about some ideas that have been floated in the past, whether it's vacancy tax, increase in documentary transfer tax, flipping tax, out-of-state transaction tax, some other ideas, so that as we suffer through this longer term, we've got a little more opportunity to fund the stuff that's important to the people who live here. Thanks.
Councilmember, we're very happy to talk about those. And we do think we have to always watch the revenue side as well and see how we can sort of grow that. I don't want to be the negative downer today. I do think right now asking our residents to participate in raising taxes is probably not the right time. But it may be in 2 years, if we've sort of bounced out of the COVID time, people may be more open to participating. And certainly we're happy to talk to you about that.
So that's a entirely political question, but the fiscal question is this. We will be doing that, Mr. Bonner. We will be taking up every conceivable revenue proposal that any member would like to put forward. You have my commitment to do that. But any tax measure can't be heard until the 2022 election.
Yep.
So that's going to help us this year. It's not going to help us even next year. Any tax measure won't have any benefit for our budget at all until the second or third fiscal year out from now. So we will be focusing on fees if we can, and we will be looking at other revenue enhancement like that, because you're right, greater diversification is necessary. One just quick clarification to one of your questions, Mr. Bonner, to Mr. Llewellyn. Let me make sure I'm right about this, Mr. Llewellyn. But by what percentage do we currently anticipate this year's total revenues to be below last year's total revenues, year over year?
I do not have that number at my fingertips. If Jacob does, or I'll get it for you, sir.
I understand it to be approximately 10%. Is that?
That sounds right, but I don't have it in front of me, sir.
Okay. So year over year, the revenues have declined by approximately 10%, unless somebody from the CAO's office corrects me. Just for context, members, during the Great Recession, the worst economic catastrophe this country had seen until now, since the Great Depression, we had exactly one fiscal year where we had a year-over-year decline in revenue. One. And that was around 3%. So that gives you a sense of the magnitude of what we're facing right now. Mr. Price, did you have anything further for Mr. Llewellyn? Okay. Mr. Kretz, your hand's up again. Did you have a follow-up?
I don't recall exactly what I was thinking, and I'm having some technical difficulties here. So let's say not for now.
Mr. Blumenfield.
Yeah, just one quick thing. The county, they have a budget 3 times the size of ours. Their deficit is less than ours. And part of our deficit comes from the fact that we have, because it's the right thing, forward funded the testing at the various sites, which is a responsibility. Is there any chance of us actually getting the county to pay up for the money that we've been forward funding for us to somehow right that situation so that the county is actually paying the money they're supposed to because they do health related things and that those testing dollars cannot keep coming out of our pocket as front loading?
Mr. Llewellyn, before you answer, I'm going to ask I'm going to ask everybody to please mute your phone lines because we're getting feedback now. So if your line does not need to be open, please mute it. Mr. Llewellyn.
Councilmember, I know, as you know, we were front funding a lot of that on our own. We have tried, the city, and led by the mayor's office, has tried to restructure that, where we're working with private vendors and working more closely with the county to reduce the front funding. So we are certainly working with them to see what we can do to reduce our front funding for services that are traditionally not been our services. But I can't guarantee you zero at this point.
Great. I just wanted to identify that. That's another area where we're spending money that's really not our responsibility. We do it because it's the right thing and we're in a crisis, but that's the county's responsibility. And to make it clear, their deficit is smaller than ours, and they are 3 times the size of us. So in as much as we can get them to pony up and pay what they're supposed to pay, that would help us out tremendously. Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, we support your 10%
Mr. Llewellyn.
number.
I beg your pardon?
We support your 10% number.
Thank you very much. So that just gives you a sense of the magnitude, members. Okay. If there's nothing else for Mr. Llewellyn at this time, we'll go back to Chief Moore for department-specific questions for the chief. Members? Mr. Price.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, Chief, I want to thank you for your comments. Chief, still with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. And Chief, let me just thank you personally for keeping the lines of communication open between your office and the council office. I've appreciated that level of access, and I think it helps serve our constituents well. As I said before, nobody wants to move forward with layoffs, be they civilian or sworn officers. But such a proposed drastic cut as proposed has not been made in decades. I'm sure districts like mine are going to be hit especially hard since we are already one of the highest crime rates in the city. We do see these numbers going up. But these are unprecedented times. And we as a city family need to come together, as I said earlier, and it needs to be shared sacrifice across the board. Almost every year, the council supports the police department when it goes over its budget or needs additional overtime, because we recognize the wonderful, important job that your officers are doing. But this time, we're asking our officers to step up to the plate even more. Now, Chief, I know that I know you're not responsible for union negotiations, certainly not directly responsible. But I'm going to ask you, where do you stand, Chief, on bringing the union back to the table to at least discuss pay raises and bonuses that are still scheduled to take effect next year? Because as you know, renegotiating some of these contracts could mean that the layoffs would not be necessary. But what's your thinking on that, Chief?
Well, first of all, Councilman, thank you for the compliment relative to open communication. So I'll continue them here. We have not been overspending on our budget. This has been a department that myself, as well as my two predecessors, have each year spoken clearly. And that doesn't, we work feverishly to stay within the budget and to identify costs. And I appreciate the support of this council, as well as the mayor in public safety. But let me be clear on that. We do not, year after year, overspend on our budget. Secondly, this is a council that approved a multi-year budget or multi-year labor agreement with labor throughout the city. It is not the role of the chief of police to be that negotiator. It is a role here for me to look at this proposal before us and to say, as you're applying a tourniquet, that it not be to the department. Tourniquets are applied for the most critical, to preserve the most critical functions of the body. That is to ensure that the person doesn't bleed to death. The person can survive the injury. I agree that such a tourniquet is needed here, and I'm focusing on and encouraging this city council to find strategies to save $51 million that does not result in the devastating and crippling blow to our staffing that, you're right, would impact throughout the city, but particularly those communities most impacted by violent crime, by human trafficking, by the loss of life. These are matters that are serious and profound on the future of this city. Cuts that are, even if we were to simply stop hiring, will likely result in the closure of stations and jails in order to meet our most basic needs. Just as this city is having to downsize its work, the department over this last 6 months is downsizing its work and doing the most essential functions and finding ways in which to reallocate or redirect other demands for other government that currently and previously have been done by the department. So it is, I think, appropriate for the EERC, which has leadership from this council, the CAO, and the mayor's office for matters of labor. Wages and benefits are traditionally not within my responsibility.
Thank you, Chief. I certainly appreciate your response, and I understand your certainly desire to maintain the department as strong as possible. I certainly share that. But I'm also mindful of our commitment to reallocate resources in a way that really makes a difference. And this $90 million that we're talking about certainly is a start at that. And I hate for that to be sacrificed for additional labor support. So we've got to work together. It's not an easy task. It is a tourniquet. Let's make sure we save the life of the city body.
I agree. And as I look at the decisions that were made by this city council in June of this year with that allocation, we have risen to the moment. We have reduced our overtime spending by 50%. We have found the way in which to achieve salary reductions in sworn and civilian accounts. This 3% exercise unilaterally across all departments is an additional $52 million that even if we stopped hiring just to achieve the $7 million savings you might find there, the impact on us in regards to our staffing would be profound for the next 2 years. Impact on our diversity and deepening our diversity, particularly among African American and women, would be remarkable. These two classes that we've been able to hold this year have historic levels of representation. Something I worked with this council back in June when we said we would reduce hiring by 50%, and while losing and dropping hundreds of officers, that the ones that we did hire would be representative of those communities that most impacted by violence. We're living up to our responsibilities and to our obligations. I'm cautioning here in the most direct terms possible that I recognize the crisis before us, but I also recognize that this proposal, in further reducing this department, has crippling effects.
Thank you, Chief.
Members, anything else for the chief? Mr. Bonnet. Mr. Bonnet, followed by Mr. Kratz.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it, and thanks, Chief, for the presentation and for the defense of the Department of Public Safety. You and I go back a long number of years, and we've worked together for a very long time. And sometimes we agree, and sometimes we disagree. But I've always respected that we've had a very professional relationship and respect each other. And while I've sometimes been critical of the department, there are times when I really think you have been the shining light. And there's moments over the past year where I think you've helped us get through some stuff when we would have stumbled. And your resistance, in fact, to curfews that even we were pushing during the unrest earlier this year, I think you made the right call in pushing back against the council on that. And I want to acknowledge when I disagree that I also agree with you and have a tremendous amount of respect for you. And because I do, I just want to explain my context on this, because I think we look back at the past 6 months with a different perspective. What you and the department see as the council making a cut earlier in the year, I actually don't view it that way. I look at the department budgets fiscal year to fiscal year. Did it grow or did it shrink? And it shrunk just a little bit fiscal year to fiscal year from where it was last year and where it is right now. I don't take the frame of what was proposed by the mayor that almost went into effect by default, with all of us standing up in council saying this isn't real. We're going to be rewriting the budget at the start of the fiscal year as being a point from which to measure anything, because to me that was an illusory document. So I don't look at it as if there has been a history of cuts. I look at it from year to year, just as we do with the revenues, and we're down 10% in revenues. So that's just my context, and that's where I get that from. And I think it's important that that at least we be honest about where our perspectives are from. And I've heard yours, so I wanted to share mine. Again, I do not want to see layoffs anywhere. I don't want to see them with the sworn. I don't want to see them with the civilian, which to me has a double whammy impact of taking an officer off the street and slowing things down in a number of different ways. But the fact of the matter is, there's one thing that we don't have the ability in this committee to put on the table as a way to avoid the layoffs, and that is the level of compensation there. I don't mean to be singling anybody out. It's just a simple factor of math. If we're going to look at every department, then if we don't have any other ability, we need to look at what the salaries are. So, there's three players. There's the council, there's the management of the department, and then there's labor. And the best way we can avoid the layoffs is to have another option to do so. And it's the way some of our other labor partners have helped us forestall or delay some of the furloughs. So I hope we can get to that point. I just wanted to ask on the civilian layoffs, because I think it's important that we talk both about the sworn and the civilian. What impact would the civilian ones have on patrol? Because the testimony that we hear from the public is, don't reduce the sworn. I want to be clear as we consider this, what would the impact be on patrol and deployment if the council were to do the civilian but not the sworn?
Well, again, the more than 700 reduction would have profound impacts on public safety. on a number of different fronts. Let's talk about operationally. Jail operations would be eliminated, all but perhaps 2 regional facilities. So all the outlying jails that are in existence, one including your district, as well as in Hollywood and Harbor and Wilshire divisions, those would be removed. And likely, we have 3 regional jails presently, one in the valley, two in the mid and south part of the city. One of those 3 would likely be required to be shut down. We have communication centers that are currently operating below state minimums as to answering calls, emergency calls for service within a number of seconds. Those numbers are presently at 63%. I believe we're in compliance, meeting within the 10-second. Those numbers would drop dramatically from that level as we would lose staffing that we presently have. And then we have to talk about forensic sciences, DNA collection, the use of analysis of rape kits, the analysis of fingerprints, photography, the work that we do in our audit divisions and oversight for matters that have date all the way back to the consent decree, to monitor our operations, to ensure that our operations are consistent with our core values and that they're performing at a professional standard as we should. And as you've indicated, there is typically in the past a history of the department backfilling these positions. Simply with these 2 things happening in concert, there's no way that can happen. Crime analysis, functions of area records would cease to exist in the 21 areas across the city. So that means the intake of reports and entering that into our systems would all be adversely impacted. So these are draconian cuts and measures. We are at a staffing level today. Civilian staffing, because of the cuts impacted in this current fiscal year that's already been acted on, will drop to 2,850 of our civilian personnel with furloughs that have been deferred because of a budget. Part of that 151 million, as you know, 40 million of it was to defer city furloughs, not just the department furloughs, but city furloughs that are enacted to go, that are scheduled to go starting in January for the rest of the year. That's about a 10% cutback in staffing in addition to the reduction. And by the way, staffing numbers that in 2007, 2008, prior to the most recent and devastating recession, were at 3,600. We'll fall 35% by what's been in the CEO's report, and I clearly hear that there's no support for these layoffs while we still start planning for them. These are dramatic and again, just would fundamentally change the way this organization operates on so many different levels. And so that's why I take no great pleasure in being this stark, but I also say, and we'll close, in your conversation about what is is before the budget committee, what your authority is, and you lack that. The ERC has the authority relative to labor agreements. The mayor and the city council and the CAO, not the police department, not the chief of police, is a part of that process. So I want to be clear on that. But what is before this committee is a city department's budget in the billions of dollars that are both restricted and unrestricted. And what I'm asking in this extraordinary time of a one-time pandemic is not to take a $51 million shortfall and have a catastrophic result that will last generations in this department. You have the opportunity to avoid that, and I would say you have a responsibility. I have been, like you said, we've known each other for a very long time. I was here in the 80s and 90s where historically this organization would whipsaw with the economy. As the economy got better, we would be on a hiring surge. As the economy suffered, we would go into a hiring freeze, and we go back and forth. And it caused all types of associated problems with regards to department operation, department morale, and public safety. We must have the ability to avoid that in this instance, as this council and as the mayor and our city has avoided it for the last 12 years.
I agree, and as part of our long history, we both, as did a couple members of this committee, lived through the last fiscal crisis in the city. It wasn't nearly as bad as this one, and what the city did then was it actually grew the police department during that crisis and cut everything else, and that also had very devastating impacts on the city. We had engine companies shut down in the fire department. We had critical services that were cut and impaired, and I'd like us to avoid that level of cuts for all the departments. And there's clearly pressure on the council to find a way to avoid layoffs. All I'm saying is that the pressure needs to be directed also at our labor partners to try to have conversations about changes in compensation or simply delaying some compensation so that we have an ability to avoid the layoffs. We are looking for the ways to have as many options to avoid them as possible. And I know it's not your responsibility to do that, but to the extent that folks are urging action, there's multiple players that need to be part of the conversation to make the decisions.
Thank you, Mr. Bonin. Mr. Kretz, I don't see, oh, there you go. Couldn't see it for a minute. Go right ahead. And Mr. Blumenfield, do you have questions for the chief? Okay, so let's go with Mr. Kretz next, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'd want to point out that my view of the cut is a little different because you have to take the circumstances in context. We have been struggling with our finances and to actually get to not have a structural deficit for 10 years since the worst of the recession. And I think we finally had to say, you know, it's been 10 years. All of our employees have been making sacrifices all along. The economy is doing the best we could ever imagine, and it's time to give some modest raises. And we did that. So there was perfectly good reason for it. We didn't anticipate then getting slammed with the worst economy immediately out of nowhere that anyone could anticipate. But this is just not just the little cut from year to year. It also takes in the raises and bonuses that we gave LAPD, and we gave raises to other employee groups as well. So it actually is more of a cut than it looks like year to year on paper in terms of the actual services that are being lost. I think there are a couple inefficiencies that have been pointed out. One is the huge cut to civilians. Civilians doing the same work as sworn are more valuable because they're less expensive. So where we have to cut civilians, it doesn't mean their work isn't necessary. In some cases, we won't do it. In some cases, we'll take sworn officers that are much more highly paid, and we'll put them in jails, and we'll put them doing clerical work that has to be done. That's a huge inefficiency. Closing jails is also an inefficiency that we don't want to be in a position of having to do, because it just means officers will spend more of their time driving to further away jails. And in that case, we create less person hours for the department. And so it has some of the same effect as cutting personnel. I think the biggest cut that we'll take is to morale. I think morale is already low because we've hammered LAPD in the media. We made that $150 million cut, not because we were in dire finances, but because we were acknowledging sort of a spanking to the LAPD from my point of view. So then we got hit by this massive shortfall that was not what we anticipated. And we have cut $150 million, and we're looking at cutting more. Just seems like a bad idea. Where do you think we'll be harmed the most? I don't know how deep you've gotten into the exercise of what happens if we lay off somewhere around 1,700 folks out of the LAPD. What do you think the worst results of that will be?
Just it would reduce. We opened up a number of stations in the last 20 years that would be closed. We have invested in human trafficking task forces and efforts to reduce violence being preyed upon children and ICAC. There have been just a series of efforts that have improved public safety for the last 2 decades that have lessened the loss of life, and those are all in grave jeopardy. These are cops count. Police work matters. I recognize that, and I fully agree that reforms and further reforms will always be a department that's going to reach for the stars and do the very best we can and build public trust and public safety. But even that is jeopardized as audits and controls, systems of monitoring police performance, training, in-service training that 20 years ago we did not do, would all be in great peril. We would go down to the very basic core function of local police officers and local stations, fewer stations, offering fewer services. So this is and that's on the foreign side. On the civilian side, you have impacts on all the services that I spoke about earlier. And I will say that as a chief, I'm not inclined to try to back them up with sworn personnel for the very reasons that you've said. That it's inefficient, and in some instances, it's impossible. Operating a call center today, a 911 dispatch center, is not something that a police officer in this organization can do. It takes 2 years for a civilian member to reach the professional standards necessary to be that intake. Now, the same goes for sciences and the technical services. Our civilians today are professionals. They come from walks of life and disciplines that take undergraduate and graduate degrees and training and apprenticeships that are not replicated and cannot be done by just asking an officer to come in and start filling in this role. This is not the police work today, and frankly, public safety today is much more complex than just gas or brake. The application of safety involves much more technical skills and much more complexity. So I've looked at this, and again, institutional reforms that would be lost, diversity, racial equity that would be lost, the profound change to the future of this city over the next decade between now and the Olympics, actually before, which 10 years from now actually exceeds 2 years beyond the Olympics, a world-class event. Just shutting down hiring. If we do not continue hiring at just the minimal rate that we are right now, just to maintain the cutbacks that were imposed this year, it would take us 2 years to get that started again. And the reason is because obviously it takes 6 months to a year to hire someone, and then 6 months just to get them through the academy. And even then, they're a young recruit officer, so their impact on public safety is really after they get off their probation. So these are all delayed responses. And again, I recognize that in years past and decades ago, these would be the actions of a council and elected leaders. And we've had countless reports, including the consent decree and Rampart scandal, the aftermath of Christopher Commission, that all points out these types of strategies that the city has used in the past in order to meet the moment and have had lasting impacts on public safety. Lastly, I'll close. We are going to get through this together. This entire city will. But critical to that is protecting our core basic services of public safety.
And let me ask you 2 more questions. One, I understand we're altering some of our divisions, or at least I've heard that we're doing some reforms or changes of robbery, homicide, vice, sex trafficking. What are we doing to those divisions?
Well, as a reminder, the budget that we're now digesting and involves us reducing our staffing numbers, not the dollars, but the staffing numbers by 250 sworn personnel. That's on top of 100 fewer from last year, and 150 fewer civilian personnel. This is not a department that has that kind of slack. We don't have the ability to take one person off of a car and suddenly you still deploy that car. 2 people to a car, 3 or 4 units work an entire shift in patrol. And so when you start making hundreds of cuts of personnel, we've got to look at our core services. We went back and did that, proud of this work of this organization, and we are downsizing or eliminating specialized units so that we can staff the 21 areas and so that we can attend to our core functions of public safety, particularly violent crime. In the face of this, of course, we've seen a 30% increase, as has been said, 30% increase in homicides and shooting violence. So the demands on policing have actually gone up substantially. What has not occurred is alternative services. The efforts of what we're offloading right now are things that we're changing as far as handling traffic reports that will be an online function in place of an on-scene investigation beginning the first of the year. I'll be sending to you before the Board of Police Commissioners tomorrow is a report on our alternative services and our efforts to offload non-police, non-law enforcement related functions to 211 and 311. But we remain hopeful that at some point in this next year or the year after, that alternate services are going to be able to be deepened for the tens of thousands of calls that we still have an obligation to respond to. So this is a dramatic time in our existence. It's an organization that has been said has been that feels has been put upon or feels like it's been punished for something. I tend to look and say this is an opportunity for us to find finally the will as a community, as a government, to have social services available 24 hours a day that are non-police or non-fire, to have mental health workers and outreach workers that are working in hours which typically only a police or firefighter does today. But that's not what's before the city council budget today. What's before you is further cuts to this going forward, and that's what I've got to remind us as we get back to this conversation, that we are already seeing a sizable reduction in staffing this year, and my budget request for next year, which the Board of Police Commissioners approved 2 weeks ago, is a bare bones, brass tacks staffing at the current levels that this city council funded. I do think, lastly, that what's before this council was not before this council in June, as far as the size of this budget reduction. And as such, decisions that the council made then should be open for further conversations. That's the most critical function.
One last very quick question. I understand we have a class that's close to graduation with well over 50% women, almost 100% people of color. Should we be hiring that class with the possibility that we could have to lay them off almost immediately?
I believe so. I believe that as a reminder, the reduction in personnel, we will have approximately 250 more police officers retire from this organization between now and June. And that, if we do not continue to hire replacements, we'll fall from what was 10,000 to 9,750, we'll fall to 9,500 or below. Staffing levels that we've not seen in more than 15 years. So, and what my focus has been and will continue, and I'm committed to, as is Commission President Eileen Decker, is an ambition that each class be made up of 50% women as a means of deepening our diversity with women, and that our focus in hiring African Americans and Asian Pacific Islanders. Those are two areas that we're losing a sizable number of people to, frankly, retirements. They've timed out after three or more decades of service, and it's important to us that we not just have parity, but we deepen our representation in that diversity. I believe in building public trust. And my commitment is, even in these shortened and much smaller class sizes, that we're focusing on just that diversity. I think that's in jeopardy by what's before this council today.
I would agree. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kretz. Mr. Blumenfield, did you have questions for the chief? Okay, Mr. Price, we already Mr. Price already went. So just a couple of, I'm sorry, Mr. Blumenfield?
No, my question's been answered. Thank you.
Okay, good. And I think most of mine have as well, Chief, but just maybe to put a little bit finer point on it. How long has it been the city's goal? For how long did we express the goal of reaching 10,000 sworn officers for the department?
I believe that was 2004 or 2005. It took approximately 6 years in order to grow about just under 800 officers, and that included the addition of security services, the assimilation, if you will, of public safety. That accounted for about 100 of those of that 10,000.
Right, and it had been that goal at least since Mayor Villaraigosa. So for quite some number of years before we were able to reach that number, right?
Well, absolutely. Incrementally, this organization retires through separation sworn members of either 400 to 500 members each year. So our ability to hire to build this organization is severely compromised in that we can only hire and recruit and effectively recruit usually 500 to 600 at the maximum level. In years past, when we've hired above those levels because of this whipsaw effect, we have seen a very adverse impact on the quality of recruits and on subsequent scandals and misconduct, including the Rampart scandal and earlier missteps by the organization because of hiring surges where we hired 700 or 800 people in a year, and we could not effectively train them, and the standards were believed in retrospect to have been weakened.
And what has happened to the call load over that amount of time?
Well, in the call load, the numbers that you have before you today, this staffing reduction that we're in the midst of, not that's before the council, the budget and finance, but the staffing that we're already assigned. When we're at this staffing level last, 9750 was 2008, last part of 2007. Calls for service have increased 63% since then.
Okay. So even without any layoffs, the hiring freeze alone would have what impact on your level of sworn officers?
It would drop another 250 personnel, and we would be in a position where staffing of 21 stations would be compromised. And in fact, the efficiency of it is we should likely close one, if not two of those stations, given that the staffing levels that when we opened those stations were above those levels.
Okay. Now, in terms of, you mentioned diversity and success in the recent classes. Overall, what percentage of sworn right now are people of color, if you happen to have that?
Yeah, well, we are on our sworn ranks, we are a Department of Minorities. We're 49.6% Hispanic, just over 9% Black, and about just over 7% Asian Pacific Islander, and we're 19.2% women. So when you look at the majority of our men and women, it's our Caucasian male is a minority today.
So about 2/3 people of color right now.
Easy.
And would it be safe to say that those are the most that the more recent classes have reflected greater diversity than classes in years past?
Yes, that's been a focus that I have set upon with my appointment 2.5 years ago. It was Chief Beck's desire before that as well. This council has invested in marketing and outreach efforts, as well as your own offices working with communities of color to encourage people to come into the organization and join this department and be part of the change from within.
Okay. So the hiring freeze alone limits our ability to enhance that success. And if we were to actually implement layoffs, the way layoffs work is last in, first out, right? So our most junior officers would be the first to be laid off, which would be disproportionately women and people of color. True?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And let me give you just a quick stat number on when we opened up Topanga and Olympic. You may recall in mid-90s, there was a Blue Marble report that identified the growth of this organization and its needs of a growing city, and identified 5 new stations that then, through a bond measure, was passed in a decade of efforts, including the expansion to us being a 10,000 staff organization from 9,200, included opening up the Mission area, the Topanga area, and the Olympic area. Olympic and Topanga were opened in January of 2009. The staffing at that point in the organization was 9,786 sworn members. So the point of this is that we're falling back to that number. To fall additional 250 personnel, there's what's called fixed posts. You got to have someone at the station 24 hours a day. Losing 250 by going into a hiring freeze at this point would jeopardize at least one of those two stations as far as my ability to still staff black and whites in this field and have investigators for violent crime. By the way, the homicide numbers in 2008, 2007, 2008 were approximately just under 400. Where last year we closed at 254, and this year our number will probably approach 331.
So let me move next to civilians, and this is more of a comment, I think, than a question. But the members of this committee know that we have worked together for years, for the entire time that I've been chair, certainly, to enhance civilian hiring in the police department. And within the limits of our resource ability to do that, because it has been the consensus of the council that by doing that, we are able to free up more officers to do actual law enforcement work, which I think is a universal goal of everybody on this, regardless of where you are in the political spectrum. Everybody thinks that cops should do cop work and not do civilian work. And so we've spent years trying to get that civilian hiring up. And in the last 2 years, we've increased civilian hiring by about a couple of hundred. So, so as a result of that, you have been able to actually increase patrol presence because, not entirely because of that, but in part because you've had more civilian hires and have been able to divert resources back into patrol because of that. And so I think that's something that all of us applaud because it's been something we've all wanted, and every single member of the council has said, I think, at one time or another, I want more patrol in my district. And we were able to achieve that in part by civilian hiring. And to even freeze civilian hiring now, let alone to lay civilians off, in my view, would be an enormous step backwards that we just should not support, except as the absolute last resort.
If I could just comment and echo, you're absolutely correct. At the lowest level of our staffing, civilian staffing fell below 2,700. That number is now at 3,000. It's now dropping to 2,850 plus furloughs. But what that afforded us the ability to do was, rather than having 100 officers working in our jail, that number has now been dropped to approximately 30. And we're able to open up the Harbor Jail, which hadn't been opened but for 6 months after it was built in 2009, early 2010. And this council supported the hiring of those additional civilians to allow us to open up the San Pedro Jail. Now, we have still not restored jail operations in Foothill and Southwest. There's still jails that would improve the efficiencies by being open. But this has been a measured process of how do we incrementally afford the size of the city that we can afford.
Right. So I know there's different ways to look at this. There's different ways to analyze it. As I said at the outset, every department is going to have its own set of arguments over why it was not treated equitably. And Mr. Bonin pointed out a couple at the outset, about whether or not the mayor's initial budget should be considered the starting point, or last year's budget should be considered the starting. But every department we're going to analyze differently when it comes to that. And I don't think equity among departments is, it's not only not an achievable goal, I don't know that it's a desirable goal, because we need to make the assessment of what our core functions as a city are and prioritize those core functions. In my view, the decision to make a $150 million reduction in the police department budget is a cut. I don't think there's any way around the fact that that was a cut in real dollars that ought to be considered a cut. Now, other departments might say, well, yeah, but we were cut too because of X, Y, or Z. We were cut by SIP. We were cut by the mayor before this budget even began. I get that. But there's no way we can say that the decision to reduce $150 million in the budget does not come with a real reduction in real services to our constituents. And so that, in my view, is a cut. Maybe just a matter of linguistics, but that's my view. Okay. Anything else before we let the chief go? You've been very generous with your time. We appreciate it. Mr. Bonin?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Not to belabor this, it's not just a matter of linguistics. It's a matter of the narrative, and decisions are made on narratives often. And the conversation publicly is being written as pro-police versus anti-police, and that's not what this is about. This is about a budget crisis, the worst, as you said, in the history of this city. And we have before us, I think, three options. One, layoffs, which we have all said is a last resort, something we don't want to do. Two is cuts in other services, which I hope we also don't want to do. I mean, many of us have drawn a line in the sand saying we don't want to cut police. I think in the middle of this calamity, a depression, that we need to draw a line in the sand and say we don't want to cut other services as well that are helping people, renters and seniors and kids and small businesses, and it goes on and on. And then the third option, if we don't want to do layoffs, and if we refuse if we stand firm and don't cut the other things, the only way to look at that is the level of compensation. And I just want us to be clear as we talk with the public that it's not just layoffs or no layoffs. There's a way to get to that, and it has to be a broader conversation, not a conversation of pro-police or anti-police, but a conversation of how we fund. Thanks.
Okay, and just as a final note on that, I will say that, having when we survived through the last Great Recession, it was with labor as our partners. And we could not have gotten through those deficits without working closely with labor to find cost reductions that were respectful to their needs, but also mindful of the limitations of resources that we had available to us then. This is a more dramatic situation than we faced then, and I hope we'll still be able to move forward with that kind of collaborative, cost-saving effort with all of our labor unions and all of our departments. All right. Anything further, members, for the chief? Chief, thank you very much. We really appreciate your being with us. This is going to be an ongoing dialogue, certainly well after today. So absolutely to continuing this constructive dialogue. Thank you very much. All right. Have a good evening. Okay. So the next department that I had on my list was the city attorney. And I see that we have Ms. Kapoor here. Welcome. Thank you for your patience. I'm going to be really abbreviated in my questions. I don't know if other members will, but the reason that I wanted to have you here is so that you can articulate for us the impacts of the potential for layoffs of your personnel or the elimination of filled positions, particularly in light of where the office stands now with regard to the impact of retirements.
Thank you very much, Mr. Krikorian and committee members. I will try to be brief as well, as I know that you already have had a long evening and still have one in front of you. We did send a letter this morning that hopefully you've had a chance to read, or you will have a chance to read, which lays out, I think, pretty clearly and hopefully concisely the impact that the proposed layoffs would have on our office. And I won't go into all of the details as to how we got here. I think, Mr. Krikorian, you said a lot of them forth in your introduction, as far as the different factors that come into play that got our office specifically into the position we were in. I would add to the list of things that you included as one of the most challenging parts of our office trying to reduce our budget is that 95% of our budget is salary driven, which turns into the issue of the only really alternative we have that the CAO recognized was layoffs. We are committed. I do need to say on behalf of both myself and obviously Mr. Fuhrer, we fully understand the challenges facing the city. We recognize that the responsibilities that all of you have and your fellow council members, and we very much want to help to resolve the issues, solve the problem, in a recognition of the amazing time that we unfortunately find ourselves in right now. That said, what we would be looking at if the layoffs were to occur is a vacancy in 269 of our positions out of just short. We have 1,079 positions in our office. 269 of them would be either vacant or be taken away from us. That's 25%. We have numerous responsibilities in our office that are either charter mandated or are mandated by courts and other external forces that we simply cannot cut. Our civil cases are going up. We are trying to work on different ways to bring our criminal filings down by diverting them into restorative justice programs. That also takes resources and staff. We're trying very hard, given for all the reasons that I know that you're aware of, we're trying very hard to make that swing. But all of those positions and all those responsibilities are driven by forces that we cannot control. So if we were to if the layoffs were to occur and we were to have 269 vacancies or unfilled positions we are not able to fill, we would find ourselves having to divert much of our staff over to those responsibilities in our civil litigation units as well as in our criminal division. And that means that much of the work that we do, which I think is the work that supports the city departments the most and your council the most, which comes out of our municipal branch, is the work that would probably be the most impacted. And that includes everything from leases to contracts to fee studies to the work that we're doing with the homeless housing. All of that is where we have, to use a word, the most discretion to adjust. And that's what we would be facing. So again, our letter, I think, lays all this out, and I won't take your time to repeat everything in the letter. I would just encourage that you read it.
So the one thing I wanted to note here, members, is it's been a priority of this committee to try to reduce the liability that the city is exposed to. As it is, we average around $120 million a year in liability payouts. And the city attorney's office has been, I think, certainly a great partner in trying to bring that number down and find ways to manage our risk more appropriately. But that takes resources to continue to do, and a steep reduction in the number of lawyers that we have, or even in the number of support staff that we have to defend the city's interest, may very well turn out to be penny wise and pound foolish. It only takes one or two cases to make up more than this much difference. So I'm concerned about that. Now, I say that, but of course, I could make similar comments about almost every department that's going to come before us during this time of horrendous cuts. But this brings me back to my point about how we define equity among departmental cuts, because we agreed to the SIP, And we didn't know at the time of the SIP what impacts that would have on which departments, because we didn't know who would take the retirements. Well, now we know. And I believe that that needs to be factored into what we expect departments to do in terms of their personnel. If they've already lost a significant number of people through the program that we've implemented, it seems to me that that needs to be taken into account when we're considering how much more a department should be cut, particularly when it's a basic core function of the city. So I'm just going to say that for now. It's a discussion that we don't have to resolve today. I'm going to have some recommendations, I think, about potentially about things that we can do to potentially reduce or eliminate the risk of layoffs at the city attorney and elsewhere. Since we're not implementing layoffs today, we don't have to resolve that today. But I do just want to tee up that issue for our further discussion. And I'd like to open it up for further questions for the city attorney. Mr. Kretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to amplify on that exact point, I think it doesn't make sense for us to make cuts where we actually lose money. And I like to point to the fact that a number of years ago when I was in the state legislature, the legislature looked at substantial cuts to auditors at the Board of Equalization. And I think it would have saved somewhere between $50 and $100 million. And when they analyzed the cuts, they realized that they made so much money on the auditors that it actually was so obviously a money loser that they instead hired as many auditors as they could possibly use, realizing that it offset and then some on the balance sheet. So I would ask the same thing. Exactly how much do you expect this to impact on our ability to defend the city on cases and to do adequate discovery on both cases where we're defending the city and on workers' comp cases where we need more information and sometimes can actually find out that cases are fraudulent or at least exaggerated.
So, Mr. Kretz, again, we will continue to do everything we can to defend the city, whether it be civil liability or workers' comp. The resources being depleted, we will be defending them in a different way. Some of the work that we currently do to try to bring the cases to closure earlier might have to be delayed. I do need to stress that our attorneys are extremely important, but so are our support staff. Our support staff, especially in the litigation units, are key to working up the discovery, to preparing the pleadings, to working on the filings and the files, all of which are critical to the attorneys being able to do the work they do, especially trial attorneys, which we have many of. But again, what we would have to do as an office is prioritize those needs on the civil litigation side and in some of our criminal units over some of the things that are not mandated. We can't default in court. We can't fail to represent the city in court, both because it would be a really bad financial move, but also we can't commit that. We can't practice law that way. So we would have to move resources into those units and take away from other units, which I think your council would find as critically necessary for you to allow the business of the city to continue. That would be the reorganization and the redirection of resources we would be going through.
Just to add, this is one of the departments where I'm the most nervous about our cuts not winding up being to the advantage of the city. And I'd certainly encourage the CAO's office to work with labor to avoid layoffs in this department.
Members, any other questions for the city attorney? All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate your patience, Ms. Kapoor. Thank you very much.
Appreciate the discussion. Thank you.
All right. Let's next invite sanitation to the discussion.
Good evening. This is Eva Sung with Sanitation. I'm here to answer.
Hi, Ms. Sung. How are you?
Good, good. Thank you.
Good. So I want to start with having you just talk a little bit about the continuing, we use the phrase in this committee, overspend, and that perhaps has the wrong connotation. But we continue to have a challenge with meeting the budget limitations of expenditures in sanitation. And I know that largely much of that has been driven by greater demands for your services around a number of priorities, but I'd like you to talk about that a little bit. And also, as you talk about why that's happening, can you please talk a little bit about what we are going to need to do to rein that in? Because we can't be in a situation where we're talking about laying off other employees while we're continuing to overspend our budgeted amounts in sanitation. So if you could please address that.
Sure. So in the FSR report, it's noted that sanitation has $16.23 million of over expenditure for the general fund side, which is related to the livability program. So out of that $16.3 million, about $7.925 million of that is related to COVID and DSW services. If you remember from the last report, we projected that the COVID and also DSW related general fund eligible expense is about 9.3, and that was back in August. So when it comes to October, when we prepare for this report, our projection has been reduced based on the trend. Now, as of today, I can tell you the projection has further reduced. Okay, so the time that we submit the report, at that time we project we have about $8 million. Okay, year-end expenditure related to that. Now we're looking at $5.5 to $6 million expenditure for COVID and also DSW work. Okay, so when you take out that $7.9 million out of the $16.23 million, the remaining deficit is about $8.3 million. That $8 million is it's comprised of the $3.9 million that we discussed last time for vehicle rental for the livability program. The rest is $4.5 million of deficit related to the hazardous waste removal contractual services. In the first FSR, because that was back in August, we have not received all the invoices from our contractor at that time, because normally there's a lag time with regard to receiving invoices. We do not want to report it until we see a better picture. We want to continue to monitor what's going on with our contract. So we didn't report it. However, when it comes October, we pretty much receive everything, hopefully everything, related to last year's expenditure. And we noticed that the amount that we spent in last year related to the hazardous waste is a lot higher than it was budgeted. There are a lot of reasons related to that. First of all, last year we got 15 new care or care plus team added to our budget. But then the amount of contractual services added, it was based on an estimate done by us and the CAO. And it was just a very rough estimate based on prior year data. So we do not know how much is the actual. And also another thing that add to it is because of the typhus outbreak in the prior year, and also the cleanup around the civic center. All those costs increase our expense on the contractual side. In addition to that, overtime was added to our budget in the middle of the year. The overtime money was added. However, the contractual services amount was not added. So that add to our deficit. And then the third reason is because in the contract that we have, there is a built-in annual COLA adjustment for the labor of the contractor. And, so there is an increase every year. However, that's not addressed in the budget. So the $4.5 million deficit that we're projecting right now after we received the invoice from last year, it included some of the carryover from the prior year of the expenditures that were not able to be addressed by last year's appropriation. And also this year's projection based on the current trend. So with that together, we're looking at $8.3 million of deficit. That is the vehicle rental as well as the contractual services for the hazardous waste removal. Like what I suggested last meeting, there are some items that we can help to mitigate these overspending, the deficit. The first item is that we may want to consider the amount that is budgeted in GCP for reimbursement to SWRF for the use of the SWRF vehicle. That you may want to consider defer that, and transfer that money to cover the expenditure. Another item that we also identify is that we identify that we have about $2.7 million of savings out of our other items, the tools and equipment, as well as contractual services. The tools and equipment, we're looking at some of the ALBs, the automated litter bins, that are budgeted to be replaced this year. We think that can be deferred to future years. And also some of the equipments and supplies we can defer to be purchased next year. Due to the delayed delivery of the mobile hygiene unit, we are able to identify about $500,000 of contractual services savings, which can be also transferred to cover part of the expenditure. So with all this together, we're looking at a net deficit about $3.9 million.
Sorry. So the 3.9 is what you're anticipating still to have at year end?
Yes. So yeah, if we're not able to get this money, we will have to really look at our operation. We'll try as much as possible to identify additional savings, but anything that we're not able to cover or not able to use the savings to cover, we will have to see what we can do, to live within the budget. One thing I do want to mention is that with the 3% exercise, the 3% budget reduction exercise, sanitation originally proposed to reduce the money from our overtime budget. However, the CAO recommend to replace it with savings from the equipment and tool supplies account. We think that that's not going to help us as much, because when we work overtime, the costs on the contractual services as well as supply will increase at the same time. When you keep the overtime, the expense will actually increase. It will not be reduced. So I just want to make that comment out there.
Yeah. The challenge is that reductions in overtime don't become real savings until they are in fact enforced. And if the work continues and the overtime is billed and council is presented with the option of paying the overtime that's already been incurred, that's where we continue to have problems across departments. And we are not in a position to be able to do that anymore. And the one other point I would, I guess, raise of the comments that you made is a COLA escalator in our contract with an outside contractor seems to me especially galling at a time when we're going to our own employees and asking them to forego their own COLAs or defer their own COLAs. So one place that I would stress that the department, that the Bureau should really look to realize some savings is going back to that contractor and saying, in this environment, that's not going to work, and we really need to reassess this contract. As we should be doing with all of our contractors. Okay, anything else for sanitation members? Mr. Blumenfield.
Yeah, I certainly want to echo, by the way, what you just said. If there's a policy we can put out about COLAs for contractors across the board, we should do it, because we should not be paying those when we're asking this kind of sacrifice from our own employees. So I don't know if that can be included in the recommendations, but I strongly support that. I did have a question. I didn't understand. You were saying that the COVID-related funds that we're spending, have the projections gone down? You said 8 million and 5.5, and for what? Why is that number going down?
Because at the beginning of the year, we were looking at the expenditure at that time to project the year-end, expenditure. So for us, we were very involved originally with the trailers, servicing the trailers, pumping out the sewer from the septic tank of the trailers. So now that with a lot of the trailer being demobilized, right? So that service demand has decreased. So that we reduce our projection for the rest of the year for that need. And also our DSW services as well. Looks like for the last period, the DSW. It's based on the latest information and the trend of our expenditure. We make our year-end projections.
And part of what we asked every department to do, and I really harped on this during the budget, is to maximize anything that's FEMA, and probably at least has the largest numbers of things that are FEMA reimbursable, but a close second, COVID and sanitation kind of can. So I don't know. I want to make sure, even if those expenses that are directly linked to our activities like the rec center that makes sense that they've gone down, I'm not asking them to do more things, but I categorize anything possible COVID related that could possibly be reimbursed, that we are doing it. And then secondarily related to that, I don't know if we're going to do this, but particularly with sanitation that has a lot of special funds, if there is a way to make certain about the reimbursement that we are going to get, and then borrow against those funds for those services as a stopgap time measure. If that's something that can be done within the department, or if that's something we have to do on a larger scale, I don't know. But if any department could do it, it would be sanitation.
The reason why I'm talking about that is because we are actually not getting reimbursed for the expense related to COVID. However, these general fund only, eligible, meaning non-special fund eligible expense. These are the expense now has to be carried by our special fund appropriation. We're not getting reimbursed at this time. So until we get reimbursed, we expect at the end of the year, we probably going to fund it, until FEMA or, the federal funding, the Relief Act money comes in, then we'll get reimbursed. But then because these are general fund eligible only expenditure, they're recorded under general fund work order. That's why they're being reported as general fund unfunded, deficit.
Yeah, but if you can front fund it,
We're going to fund it, yes. As long as the appropriation, because we're doing all this exercise to reduce our Fund 100 appropriation, so we are committed to make those reductions. However, the appropriation cannot be reduced because that appropriation is needed to fund these general fund expenditures. If that makes sense.
I have the gist of it, but it doesn't entirely make sense. You're talking about the special fund appropriation.
Right. Yeah. But then at the end of the year, we're going to have to identify a funding source that still have savings in order to kind of record it under it, to fund it until we get reimbursement. But right now, when we record them as general fund expenditure under the general fund work order.
You're recording a special fund as general fund?
The work order is general fund, but at the end of the year, if we have special fund work order, money left, we're gonna kind of book them under the special fund to fund it.
Yeah, well, we should be doing.
We have, the savings, but if we don't, then we won't be able to fund it.
All right, I'm not entirely clear, but I think I have the gist of it. So thank you.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Anything else for Mr. Bonnet?
Thank you. It may be one question, maybe two, depending on the answer to the first one. On page 69 of the FSR, it notes that the Bureau is proposing to reduce expenditures and contractual services by $2 million. Does that zero out contractual services? If not, how much is left in contractual services?
We still have money in the contractual services. It doesn't really zero it out. I don't believe so.
Okay.
Yeah.
While you're checking, I guess my question would be to the CAO. Elsewhere in the FSR, there's a proposed reduction of $480,000 from Clean and Green's contract. Is it possible then to spare Clean and Green and use $480,000 in sanitation's contractual services account to pay for BOE? Or to pay for Clean and Green, rather.
This is Claudia Aguilar with the CAO's office. At this point, we would have to analyze whether there's sufficient savings to be able to offset additional costs. At this point, we would need to look at that and get back to you.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask if we could have CAO do that. It may be a way to save a significant portion of Clean and Green and have them do some of the services that otherwise would be done by the contractual services.
Thank you, Mr. Bonnet. I am going to recommend that we get a report back on alternative sources of funding for Clean and Green, and that should be, in case my staff is listening to this right now, we should add that to the recommendation as well to look at sanitation's contractual services as an alternative funding source as well.
Thank you much.
Okay. Mr. Kratz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add my voice to those concerned about the cuts to Clean and Green.
Okay, great. Anything else for sanitation members? Great. Thank you very much, Ms. Sun. Appreciate your patience.
Thank you.
That'll bring us next to Animal Services.
Good evening, council members. Tammy Watson and Catherine Chico for the Department of Animal Services.
Welcome. Thank you very much for being with us. Mr. Kretz, do you have questions for Animal Services? Because I'll start with you if you do.
Sure. I just have a general question. about whether you can describe as precisely as possible the impact on the department of the 45-person reduction and how that'll impact shelter operations particularly, and whether that will impact the ability to maintain, if not a full shelter, at least a hybrid shelter in the West Valley.
Yes, I can respond to that. It will have a significant impact on that. As you can see in the classifications that were proposed, that would be majority, if not all, of our clerical staff, which staff our 6 shelters. And the work that they perform they process adoptions, they answer our telephone calls, they schedule our barking dog mediations, and do various other tasks within the shelters. Without that staff there, we'd have to rely on our animal care technicians to perform those duties. And they are already understaffed, but to add those additional duties to them, then they will not be available to successfully perform their core functions, which is providing necessary care for the animals in our shelters.
And so what does not providing necessary care in the shelters look like?
Well, there are several things. One, we wouldn't have enough animal care technicians to safely work with the animals, whether that is receiving them from the public, meet and greet with the adopters for adoptions, providing adoption counseling. There's a matter of safety for the employees, because oftentimes you may need more than one ATT to handle an animal. Being short-staffed, sometimes our employees, when they're trying to do so much, they may not be as careful with the animals as normal, and so they're increasing bites, and then subsequently an increase in liability. Additionally, part of our reduction reduces our ACT staff even further by 19 positions. And that will reduce just the number of care technicians we'll have to hold a 24-hour operation in our shelter. So it will require that we may have to reduce our hours of operation. We may have to reduce our ability to be an open admission facility, because we just will not have enough employees to safely care for the animals, provide them enrichment, feed them, clean their kennels, and then also prepare them for adoption.
Do you think it will impact on the number of euthanizations?
Well, I would have to say yes to that, because if we're not able to provide the enrichment for the animals, then we're not preparing them to be placed in homes. And so that means their length of stay would increase. And we're not spending the quality time to see if the animals are having any behavior issues. And that might increase in the number of animals that may be adopted, but then returned because of the behavioral issues.
Thank you.
Okay, I think you adequately covered my questions, Mr. Kretz. Members, anything else for Animal Services?
Just want to echo Mr. Kretz's concern, and I'm very worried about being able to operate the shelters that we have.
Yeah. The only other point that I would just add is more of a comment, which is I will be asking the CAO to work on identifying additional fee increases across departments. And so I would just like to give you the heads up that may be a question coming your way as to costs and benefits relating to potential fee increases, because right now animal services fees are, of course, steeply subsidized by the general fund, and with good reason, but it may or may not be something that we will want to revisit to potentially increase fees of some kind before we're out of this. So don't need to resolve it now, but I do want to give you that heads up that that's going to be coming.
Thank you for the heads up. Actually, the CA's office have been in conversations with us regarding that. And then the Department of Animal Services recently did a recent fee study. I think it was about 4 years ago. So we have that information available and we'll be ready to provide additional information.
Excellent. Very good. Thank you very much. Appreciate your patience in being with us.
Thank you all very much.
Have a good evening. Okay, and then next we'll bring up the Bureau of Engineering.
Good evening, members. Gary Lee Moore, City Engineer. I'm here. Yeah.
Mr. Moore, thank you very much for being with us. It's always a pleasure to have you with us. Your bureau is one of those that's impacted by the reduction of filled budgeted positions. So I'd like you to talk to the committee a little bit about what impacts you foresee from those reductions.
Great. One, want to thank Mr. Llewellyn for his report and all the effort that he spent on it. And we'll talk about the impacts, but I believe with a little more extra time working with the CAO's office, I believe we can find an answer. So the major impact will be in our recreation and cultural facilities program. Building park facilities will really be where it will impact us. We know how important it is for health and welfare throughout all the residents of Los Angeles, and it'll be devastating to the stopping of projects. And that's really the biggest focus of where our cuts will hit us hard. And what we want to do is come back to this committee with, we want to move some of the people, the positions identified into special funded work. We want to, we believe we've identified at least 2 projects that will bring reimbursements to the general fund. And then finally, for us, we've been Department of, disaster service workers. We've done over 3,900 shifts of disaster service worker. And in my 17 years as a general manager, we've always hit our budgets and we've always delivered. And we've encumbered over $1 million of charges as DSW. And we would like to work with the CAO on some level of reimbursement so that we can avoid layoffs.
Well, excellent. That sounds like exactly the direction we would want you and the CAO to go in before we're done with this. So thank you. And I don't know if you've had a chance to see the potential project list that we'll be considering in agenda item 2 for this meeting yet. But it does include, a lot of capital improvements, and I'm wondering if some of those will be the kinds of projects that may be delayed or have to be contracted out because of reductions in your workforce.
I've not had an opportunity to review the list. I haven't had a chance yet. But I do know that I believe that there's enough special funded work that we'll be able to keep our staff going, but we'll definitely review the list and work with the CAO on that.
Very good. Anything else for engineering members? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good to see you, Mr. Moore. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Next is the Board of Public Works. And I apologize, members. I didn't know who called Public Works. Mr. Kretz, was it you?
I did.
Mr. Price, I'm sorry. Okay, go right ahead. We have, I see we have Greg Good and Dr. Campos with us. So fire away, Mr. Price.
Oh, good. Good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Good. Always good to see you.
Good to see you, Councilman.
No pun intended. Let me just sort of be clear. This sort of piggybacks on comments my colleagues made earlier about the Clean and Green program. But you may still propose to cut that program. What effect is that going to have on on the overall services that are provided. And I guess the question is, when will these cuts go into effect? Because potentially some of these programs could be saved by allocating some of the reinvestment dollars. I know our council office is doing that. But talk a little bit about the cut and how they're going to impact services and the employees that you have.
Well, Councilmember, first off, thank you, and thank you to the entire committee, Chair Kokorin, thank y'all. This is tough work, and I appreciate this process, and I want to thank the CAO for being collaborative with us in the process. And Councilmember Kokorin, I'm not going to argue anything about equity. This is a city family endeavor. We have to deal with an existential crisis of unprecedented proportions, and we're here to work with everyone. Relative to clean and green and your question, Councilmember Price, that nearly $500,000 that would be cut would have a significant impact. I mean, every council office works with Clean and Green or with the LA Conservation Corps through sanitation to essentially have projects ranging from alley cleaning to median cleaning to trash pickup to tree planting, etc. At a point where I think we all are aware in a very keen and profound way of the challenge of cleanliness in our city. Losing even that work, I think, would be meaningful. As if not, and actually, I would argue right now, even more importantly, the LA Conservation Corps, it employs young adults, and in pre-pandemic times, they employ even younger adults, kids, high school kids. But during the pandemic, they focused more on young adults. Most of these folks coming from disadvantaged communities, and these are jobs. These are jobs with significant support, with mentoring support, a long and storied history of really helping to improve and provide pathways for the lives of young folks who can use a helping hand. And so there's sort of the double whammy of the cleanliness loss, and the job loss. And I would echo your comment that certainly a thought that I had earlier today, looking at considering item number 2 is that on y'all's agenda is that could also potentially be a place there as well to address this gap.
Yeah. Give us an idea of when these cuts are going to go into effect. When would you feel the worst case scenario? When would you feel these cuts?
I believe in the spring. Dr. Campos, we were thinking it would end up being in the spring as much as anything, right?
Late winter time, so February, March at the earliest.
All right, thank you. Again, cuts that we want to be very mindful of. The program is, I know, of extraordinary importance in CD9 and other districts as well, I'm sure, who are focused on cleanliness and services and helping to provide some job skills, life training skills. Thank you. That's all, Mr. Chairman, I have at this time. Thank you, Mr. Good.
Thank you, Mr. Price. Thank you, Mr. Price. Couldn't agree with you more. And these go to the very heart of everything we've been talking about when it comes to community reinvestment. I mean, couldn't find a better example than these services that Clean and Green provides, and similar kinds of programs. Mr. Blumenfield, did you want to weigh in?
I think I'm the only one who hasn't echoed that sentiment yet, so I'll echo it. It's crazy, Clean Green, when we're trying on the one hand to help with folks who are at risk, and it just makes sense that we figure out a way, and Mr. Price mentioned a decent way to do it, to make sure that those services are funded.
Thank you. Mr. Kretz, I am so sorry. I saw that your digital hand was up, and in fact, I was going to compliment you on being the only one who's actually using your digital hand. So I thank you for that. And then I overlooked it, so I apologize. But go right ahead.
And a shock, based on my legendary technical abilities. But yes, I have mastered the digital hand. Just one quick question. On the Climate Emergency Mobilization Office cut, is that a actual cut to programming, or is that just a cut based on the fact that we're late in the year and a certain amount of that money wouldn't be expended?
My understanding, and I would also ask Dr. Campos this protects, but it's about the time of the year and what we have not spent.
That is.
I understand you're ready to just about ready to hire the director. So obviously, I wouldn't want to cut that money after the many months of recruiting and vetting and all of that.
Yeah, that's correct. Our understanding is that the UB still has the salary money still on reserve. So as soon as we make that offer, we will make the request from your council to transfer that money into our salaries account.
And this is just the amount that couldn't be expended because the part of the year prior to that hire will have already passed.
It would be a partial year, yes. You're correct.
Thank you.
All right, anything else for Public Works members? Great. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate your being with us. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, gentlemen, and appreciate the work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is the Controller's Office. I believe that was you, Mr. Kretz, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, take it away.
A few questions. The first is the CAO is proposing to eliminate the remaining funds for the Accounting Assistance Program. And when was this program created and why, first of all?
Krista Binder, Chief Deputy Controller, thanks for having me speak tonight. The program was created in 2010, approved by council, and ironically came about after the recession in 2009 and the basically wipeout of a lot of the positions in the accounting field. So we're kind of back full circle with what's happening now. The program supports a pathway for students and also bringing back retired employees to help support the gaps in these critical positions. So over the course of the time of the program, it's supported over 15 city departments. And right now, we have found out that we're going to be losing 67 of these accounting professionals from SIP. So we're kind of going back to where we were when ERIP happened.
So what do you think the impact will be if we eliminate the remaining funding and that level of staffing?
Well, right now, the program employs about 15 people citywide. There's 3 in our office. The way the program works is the funding is provided in the controller's office. These employees are actually paid out of our budget, and then some of them are reimbursed from the other departments. It'll cause the immediate layoff of all of our student professional workers. We have 8 citywide, 3 in the controller's office. I don't know of the mechanism to bring those people back in those departments directly. I don't know if that's doable, but in the short term, it'll wipe out the program in entirety. And this program, as you know, helps support a lot of city departments. I know most recently we provided support for the great, the senior meals program, sponsored through the current economic crisis.
Yes, and I assume there are other programs like that will need the support. The CAO is also proposing to reduce funding in your contractual services account. What's the impact to your office of that happening?
That's actually a cut. It'll eliminate the remaining funds for all of our external professional audit services and a little bit of audit training. We feel that we can absorb this cut at least one time. So it's not going to be good for us, but we can make it work.
So that's a cut you could absorb. The other one we were discussing, probably not very well.
Yeah, not the accounting assistance program.
I know the CAO is also proposing to reduce funding in your other expense accounts. So what would the impacts be there?
It's about a $90,000+ or $118,000 cut. If we eliminate all of that funding from our expense accounts, what happens is all of the support software we use to generate like the CAFR to run our automated service response system for payroll, all that goes away. So we can't provide those services. We can probably take a cut of about $50,000. So we're willing to work with CAO to come up with some cuts and still be able to provide services, but we won't be able to meet the higher number.
And I know overall your budget was cut by 18%, I think, last year. And this obviously would bump it up to 21%. How have you managed your current operations, and how much will you be impacted by this further cut?
Right. So the adopted budget, we had a lot of vacancies. So all of that funding was swept. That was about an 18% cut. I think we had the highest cut of any city department just based on the fact that we had so many vacancies. Unfortunately, we also have 11 positions we're losing to SIP. So we're going from 174 authorized positions to, at the end of the day, 128. So that's a 26% reduction in staff. And that's 128 staff to support the citywide, payroll, the financial reports, the general fund cash flow. Every time a financial status report is created, it has 1 million controller instructions. We do all of that work. Unfortunately, we're feeling it now, especially in our payroll operations group. We have a backlog of projects for programming all the changes needed to the payroll system. So every time, there's a change to employee compensation, and most recently, unpaid holidays, the separation incentive plan, and now we're looking at the seniority calculations for potential layoffs. Those projects, though we've completed most, they're starting to get backlogged. We have, in the next 3 weeks, we have to complete mandatory changes to the W-2s and the W-4s. This is putting off our work on the seniority calculations until January. And then another story, last week, we have 3 employees assigned to DWP, and because DWP is still all paper-based in the payment of invoices, one of them came down with COVID, the other 2 were exposed. That wiped out all of our staffing for DWP. So our director of auditing, this is the GM level position in our office, went to DWP last week to review and approve invoices, detracting from the critical work that he needs to do in running an audit, as well as he's also the interim manager for all of our financial operations. So, like I said, I mean, we're down to the barest bones in our office. We're trying to make it work. I'm sure I'll be sent to another department to do the same relative to processing invoices, but we're willing to work with CAO and come up with some level of reduction now. We just can't meet that target right now. So I'm open to any questions.
Lastly, I'd ask, which I just thought of, I know the Controller's Office has a function in the movement towards the HRP, so we can digitize payroll and some other functions. This is critical and vital to efficiency. How does that impact your ability to provide support for that effort?
It actually impacts the payroll systems group we have now, because coming in January, we're going to be doing some critical testing of all the configuration we've done in HRP, and we're going to need not only the HRP dedicated team, but people in our payroll systems team to assist us in validating, what's been configured to date. But they're still working on, potential changes to employee compensation that have to be programmed, the seniority layoff. So everything is hitting all at the same time, and it's just going to either delay the work on the payroll changes, or it's going to delay the work in testing. So we just need to have, the adequate number of staff just to keep those priorities going. We want to move to the new payroll system as fast as we can, but we have to make sure it actually works.
Right. We have to be really careful we don't make mistakes because other government entities have done that and found costs in the tens of millions of dollars for their screw ups.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. It certainly leaves me very concerned that this department, which performs some of the most basic functions, will struggle to perform them if we make all the cuts we're looking at.
And just to follow up on Mr. Kretz's question, when would you start to realize that loss of services with the recommendations as they're proposed?
The elimination of the accounting assistance program will be felt immediately because unless there's a creative way to have the department support provided directly in their budget, I don't think the mechanism exists for that. So any action taken now, we would be laying off the student professional workers and terminating our agreements with the retired employees that we've brought back. So that would be imminent.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anything else for the controller, members? Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Binder. Appreciate your patience and thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
That brings up next the fire department. Mr. Bonin, did you call fire?
I believe I did months ago when we started the meeting. Let me find my notes and my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, go right ahead at your convenience.
Yeah. So, I think every time we talk about the budget crisis, I express concern that we might relive some of the negative consequences we had with fire companies and closures last time around. Just a couple questions for LAFD. I just wanted to verify. You've spent about $7 million in COVID-related activities so far that you haven't been reimbursed for, right?
Emilio Rodriguez with the Fire Department Administrative Services Bureau. Correct. We've spent $7 million just for this fiscal year alone to date, from July 1st onward, and that covers overtime only. That's not including some of the expenses of which we are being partially reimbursed through the mayor's COVID funding process.
And for the CAO, is that FEMA money, which we know comes late, or is that COVID recovery funds that they should be getting?
Councilmember, generally speaking, sort of sworn overtime is covered by FEMA. It's when it's their regular day shift and they're shifted to a new job, then it sort of shifts to the other category. So emergencies assume you're paying the regular salary, but the overtime is normally covered by FEMA.
Well, what I'm trying to get at, what I'm trying to get at is whether or not we're calculating their departmental obligation correctly, or if they actually have or will have before the end of the year the additional $7 million. I understand that's not being counted, and I'm wondering if it should be.
Again, sir, I'm not exactly sure of the question. We are tracking both their overtime, which in general is chargeable to FEMA, and their straight time, which in general is not. And we are trying to charge that, generally speaking, to the CRF fund and keeping track of it that way. We're tracking both. Is that the question?
Well, yeah, but if it's CRF money, they will get that before the end of the fiscal year and shouldn't have to cut that $7 million. That shouldn't be part of their $7 million hole to fill. But if it's the FEMA money, then they won't be getting it this year, and they'd have to, right?
FEMA money, again, sir, we're expecting $29 million. We're taking that into the budget as budget balancing. It will not be going back to departments. And with COVID reimbursement, generally speaking, departments have been asked to front fund. And then with the COVID account, which we report to the budget chair every week, which has been largely front funded by the Public Works Trust Fund and last year building and safety loans, departments request reimbursement from that account, and it goes through the mayor and that account, and then we report to council on those funds.
Okay. All right. When will that happen, do you think?
So the departments request on an ongoing basis, and it is considered and approved or not approved, and then it's reported on a weekly basis to the budget chair and to the council president, and then it goes on your council agendas.
Okay. I also understand there's a bunch of captain promotions that are vacant in the department, and that they're currently staffing those positions using overtime. And I'm just wondering if we have looked at whether or not doing the hiring freeze is going to cost us more because we will be paying overtime to fill those positions, and whether or not it would be cheaper to be hiring to fill them regularly.
Council member, as a general matter, I would say yes. Each time a department requests positions, often one of their rationales is it's covering some other kind of cost. Either they're doing it on overtime, or they get there's some kind of temporary bonus. And part of what the committee MFC looks like is partially that financial rationale. Does it make more sense to promote or hire than not? So that is presented to the managed hiring committee, yes, sir.
But under the set of policies we're being asked to look at today in the FSR, it changes the managed hiring and precludes some from even being brought to the managed hiring committee. Would this kind of request still be allowed to come, or is it going to be precluded?
Councilmember, I think we're looking at, other than the technical promotions, that we are looking for a hard freeze for a period.
So that I'm not sure how that answers my question. Does that mean there are some things that under what I saw in the FSR, the managed hiring committee will look at, but most stuff won't even come because it's the hard freeze. We just said in discussion of this that often you have situations like this where there may be some merit, there may not be some merit. I'm just trying to figure out if the hard freeze precludes this from even being discussed, or if it's going to be looked at.
Councilmember, I don't actually know the total answer about the purely money aspect of it, and I apologize for that. If Mr. Seha is on, he actually does the managed hiring, and he may be able to answer that question.
Hi, yes, I'm here. This is Ben Seha. The intent of halting hiring is in essence to halt as much of the hiring as possible between now and the mid-year. When we would be reporting back to this committee in the mid-year. Usually that's around March. So the intent, at least the intent that as discussed by the panelists on the managed hiring committee is to have this freeze, this moratorium on hiring until then. And that would be inclusive of just about every type of hiring request, with the exception of those technical adjustments that need to be made throughout the year, like for somebody reverting back to a position or anything that's tied directly to an MOU provision that would need to be unfrozen. We have a list of automatic exemptions, and so those automatic exemptions would stay on. But for any new type of filling up positions, that would be covered by this hiring moratorium.
Okay, so that explains whether or not it would come to the managed hiring committee. My first question was whether or not prior to what we're being asked to do today in developing the recommendations before the committee, if that was looked at, about whether or not it would be less costly to promote into the captain position as opposed to have them filled by OT.
Well,
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. We did take a look at that analysis as part of the managed hiring. At least my understanding is that it's unclear as to whether or not it would be less costly to promote these positions, and that's really tied to the proposed 3% reductions we have proposed as part of the FSR. So if it's unclear as to how these positions would fall under those that overtime reduction, and so given that uncertainty and that a lack of clarity, we decided currently not to unfreeze those positions.
All right. One of the more troubling things I saw in the FSR was the impact upon constant staffing and the potential increase in response times. This is happening at a time when we're in a medical emergency and we need to have the staffing for ambulances and paramedics. We know we're getting more wildfires than we have in the past. I forget from the recommendations because it was hours and hours ago this morning. Are we continuing to look for ways to avoid that as part of the instructions we're giving today?
Emilio again. Yes, we're going to meet our 3% reduction obligation, which is about 21 million, largely by holding back on filling field vacancies with constant staffing overtime. That may affect the ability to fully staff an apparatus or specific shifts, for example, which does compromise response times. We're looking at doing that strategically, though, throughout the 106 fire stations, taking into account call volume patterns and other considerations to maximize public safety as well as firefighter safety. I think 21 million is as far as we can go on that without, really talking about brownouts and such. So, that's kind of the parameters we're working from at this time. Reduction also includes variably staffed ambulances that are deployed to address peak call load situations throughout the city. We're offering up $1 million in savings there. Where we normally have about 13 ambulances staffed on a contingency basis through variable staff overtime. These aren't permanently staffed ambulances. We're going to bring that down to one ambulance to cover, primarily the Skid Row area, with the intent to restore the rotating resources as, the economy improves down the line.
And that resource that's being confined to the Skid Row area is that mainly used as providing emergency medical services to people who are unhoused?
Correct. This would be Fire Station 9, if I recall.
Okay. Then what I'd like to ask the CAO to look at is whether or not, if those are services which are meant primarily to address the situation of people who are unhoused in medical distress, but whether or not there is any way for any of our homelessness funds to be used to help cover some of those expenses. We're spending a lot of money to get people who are unhoused into Project Room Key or soon to be Project Home Key. I don't want to have people dying on the street because we're not responding to it.
We're happy to look at that, sir. I would just remind you that I'm not saying the department wants to see these cuts, but these were cuts that were proposed by the department that it thought it could live with. So I don't want to say any of our departments want to see the cuts, but this was the department's way to try to help the city's deficit in a way they felt they could live with.
Right. I'm wondering if there's other funds away out there that could be used to help pay for it, so the department doesn't have to.
Understood.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Koretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one quick question, and I had to step out for a second, so you may have addressed it. Do any of these cuts result in what we call brownouts, rotating closures of any stations, or any weakening of coverage to that degree?
You could characterize it as a weakening of coverage, not necessarily brownouts at this funding level. Again, this would involve kind of looking at call patterns and rotating members throughout shifts, and maybe rescinding an apparatus in one station, or pulling an ambulance. And but again, doing this on a strategic rotating basis across the 106 fire stations, but not really getting to the point of a full-on brownout.
Thank you.
Anything else for fire members? You're good, Mr. Bloomfield, Mr. Price? Okay. Thank you very much to the fire department. That will bring up next and last, I think, the Department of Transportation. Brought to you by Mr. Bonin. Go right ahead, Mr. Bonin, when you're ready. Ms. Reynolds, welcome.
Thank you.
Good to have you with us. Thanks for your patience.
Good to be here.
When I was ready, it would have been several hours ago when I was fresh, but I suppose Ms. Reynolds could say the same. Let's see. So as I was reading through the DOT stuff, the greatest impact that I could see is to the roughly 1.5 million of the remaining, I guess, 2018 MECLA funds, which I understood that we needed for signal projects already under construction. I'm wondering what impact that is going to wind up having to projects that are already sort of midway. Are we going to be losing projects that we've already started?
No, I mean, we're contractually obligated, so what we would do is create a funding hole that we would then have to fill upon project completion. So there are about 24, 25 projects that are currently in signal in construction, and so we have contractors spending down against that 1.5 million of 2018 funds. And I think that's we could reduce the money now, but we would have to find it later because we wouldn't be able to stop the projects that are underway. They would need to be completed.
Okay, and under the CAO recommendations, we won't be stopping anything that's underway, and do we know where the funds will be to finish our obligation?
We do not for those packages. There are other MECLA funds that were slated for Vision Zero signal packages that have not begun yet, and those we will defer. We can defer those, but it's the 1.5 million for the projects underway currently that will put us in a bind.
Okay, all right. All right. I guess that answers it for me. Thank you.
Great. My pleasure.
Anything else for transportation members? Okay, seeing none, going once, going twice. Thank you very much, Ms. Reynolds. Thanks for being with us. Thanks for your patience. Okay, is there anything else that we need to cover, members, with the CAO or otherwise, before I share with you a few thoughts that I have about recommendations? Okay.
Pardon me, Mr. Chair.
Before I begin with that, I know the CLA had some technical recommendations to include as well, so I'd like to ask Ms. Morales if you could read those into the record, please.
Thank you. Amendment number 1 is to transfer or appropriate a total of $80,000 to align with current expenditure patterns as follows. A, $40,000 from General City Purposes Fund number 100, Department 56, account number 000862, CD5 Council Fee Subsidy, to Council Fund 100, Department number 28, account 1070, salaries as needed, and B, $40,000 from General City Purposes Fund number 100, Department number 56, account number 000705, CD5 Community Services, to Council Fund number 100, Department number 28, account 1070, salaries as needed. And number 2, authorize the controller to transfer funds up to $1,850,000 as needed pursuant to a schedule provided by the CLA from the Census 2020 Redistricting Commission's line item in the unappropriated balance fund number 100, Department number 58, account number 580317, to City Clerk Fund number 114, and authorize the controller to establish any accounts and in the appropriate amounts to fund salary, contractual services, and administrative expenses of the Los Angeles City Council Redistricting Commission and the LAUSD Redistricting Commission. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Morales. So with that technical amendment and also the technical amendment that we heard earlier from the CAO, I'm going to add a list of recommendations, which I'm going to read out, and then we will distribute them in written form as well to all members. And then what I'd like to ask is that we take just a 5-minute recess so that members can go over it, consider it, and then we'll come back and have a discussion and see if those meet with your approval for a vote. Okay? So my additional recommendations are as follows. That we approve the CAO's recommendations as amended to incorporate the following changes and additional recommendations. 1, incorporate the amended recommendations as they were read into the record by the CAO's office. 2, incorporate the recommendations from the CLA as just read by the clerk. 3, incorporate the amendment as read by Mr. Koretz with regards to the DWP funding transfer to the Department of Transportation. 4, instruct the CAO to work with the controller to draw down balances on all available special funds not controlled by the proprietary departments for cash flow and close out any special funds without active transactions. 5, instruct the CAO to defer the reduction of $190,000 to the controller's accounting assistance program until January 30th and work with the controller's office to avoid accounting service impacts for the controller and participating departments. 6, instruct the Department of Transportation to reverse the mayor's 50% amnesty program for parking fines that are paid timely. And in fact, I'm going to modify that to say instruct the Department of Transportation and the CAO to report to this committee on reversal of the mayor's 50% amnesty program for parking fines that are paid timely. So I want to know what that budgetary impact will be and recommendations for doing so. 7, instruct the CAO to remove all travel budgets from all departments and place them in the reserve fund for budget balancing measures in future FSR. 8, instruct the CAO to remove all Council Heritage Month funding and place in the reserve fund for budget balancing measures in future FSR. 9, instruct the CAO to remove funding for official visits of dignitaries and place in the reserve fund for budget balancing measures in future FSR. 10, instruct the CAO to sweep membership fees for all organizations. Instruct the CAO to defer membership fees for all organizations
and sweep those funds to be placed in the reserve fund for budget balancing measures in future FSR. 11, instruct the CAO to utilize the 2020-2021 general fund contribution to the Ethics Campaign Matching Funds Trust Fund to the UB for layoff avoidance. 12, instruct the CAO to sweep the remainder of Ethics Trust Fund to the Reserve Fund for budget balancing measures in future FSR. 13, instruct the CAO to report to EERC with contract savings proposals for LAFD to be negotiated with labor in an amount sufficient to offset the service impacts of the proposed reductions to the fire department for fiscal year 2020, 2021, and 2021-2022, and to contribute to addressing revenue shortfalls. 14, instruct the CAO to report to EERC with contract savings proposals for LAPD to be negotiated with labor in an amount sufficient to offset the service impacts of the proposed reductions to the police department for fiscal year 2020, 2021, and 2021-2022, and to contribute to addressing revenue shortfalls. 15, instruct the CAO to report to EERC with contract savings proposals to be negotiated with all civilian unions to offset service impacts of proposed reductions in all departments for fiscal year 2020, 2021, and 2021-2022, and to contribute to addressing revenue shortfalls. 16, instruct the CAO to report back to Budget and Finance with a list of contractual payments that the city will owe in the fourth quarter of fiscal year 2020-2021, with recommendations for deferring those payments until the following fiscal year. 17, instruct the CAO to report back at the next FSR with recommendations for more MICLA project deferral cancellation in order to free up additional credit capacity. 18, instruct the CAO to report back with recommendations for revisions to departmental budgets based on expanded implementation of full cost recovery with fees. And then regarding the layoffs, I would propose 19 that we amend this report to reduce the proposed layoffs, the proposed potential layoffs in LAPD to match the department's original recommendations to the CAO, which would be 355 sworn and 273 civilians, and instruct the CAO to develop recommendations to Budget and Finance for offsetting solutions. And 20, instruct the CAO, together with the controller and personnel, to report back to Budget and Finance with a specific timeline for implementation of all layoffs beginning on May 22nd, including all necessary further actions by the council and by the mayor to implement those layoffs, and also including all deadlines for approving offsetting savings or solutions that could be applied to avoid or defer such implementation of all layoffs. And then regarding the beautification programs and other programs, 21, eliminate general fund funding for clean and green and higher LA youth, and sweep funds to the reserve fund for budget balancing measures in future FSRs, and instruct the CAO to return with recommendations to fully fund those programs from other sources, including Bureau of Sanitation funds, UB account number 580318, AB 1290 funds, and other potential sources. And finally, 22, instruct the Bureau of Sanitation and the Board of Public Works to reduce or eliminate all COLAs for contractors. So that's the list that I have for now. That will be distributed to you members if it hasn't already been. What I'd like to do is take a brief 5 to 10 minute recess so that you'll have an opportunity to look at those and we can have a further discussion. Mr. Blumenfield.
Yeah, appreciate that. And 10 minutes would be better than 5. There's a lot on this list, a lot of good stuff.
We'll make it 10.
Two other quick things. I had included an idea about looking at inflation adjustment fees. I'd like that to be included in the recommendation that we ask CAO to look at, and Board of Public Works to look at possible inflators on fees.
We will add that.
CPI, and then maybe something, I just want to put it out there now. If there's if the original money for the CARES Act turns out to be higher than the original estimate, but there's not a lot of time and accounting to square it up, I'd love it if we have something in there where we say by a certain date, by a week before the deadline or something like that, any remaining CARES funding as of 1 week prior to the deadline is redirected immediately, to reimbursable expenses like public safety, so that we are sure that we do not leave any federal money on the table and that we don't push it to the very last second. We put a deadline of when that money gets redirected, so that they don't have to come back to the council for something. Is that possible to add that as a recommendation?
Yeah, we have already, the council has already directed that all of that money, any surplus money, would be swept. Is that right, Mr. Llewellyn? That is the instruction? And also, more specific to Mr. Blumenfield's question, when is the trigger date for that? When will we know the exact amount to the penny that will be swept by X date?
Councilmember, yes, the council instruction already is not to leave any money on the table, to move it into the reserve fund for legitimate city expenses. I just want to remind any listeners, this is consistent with the CRF law. We're not doing anything that's not consistent with the federal law. And we will do it before the deadline. We don't have an exact internal date because we're getting estimates from all the programs of how much they will have spent. They will have not written all the checks. We are allowed to write a check in January for an expenditure in December. So I can't tell you the exact date, but we will close the books before December 30, the deadline.
Okay, and if I can just add to that, because there has been discussion about the potential for a congressional extension of that deadline, I think that it should be our recommendation that regardless of what Congress does, any surplus that we have in this appropriation of these CARES funds that we now have that are unspent by that December 30th date will be swept regardless of whether there's an extension or not, because we need it.
Second.
And if there's a need for additional CARES specific kind of funding, we're just going to have to deal with that within the context of our budget.
And if there's an extension, it's presumably going to come with some money.
We would hope.
They're going to come hand in hand.
Yeah, we would hope. Okay, so with that, let's take a 10-minute recess, and we'll come back at 8:20.
Thank you.
Well, did he?
And
patience, and thank you for taking the time to look over my thoughts. We're ready to, I think, resume. I don't know if we have Mr. Kretz back yet. I can only see, yes, I see him now. Okay, very good. Okay, so I'm going to open this up for discussion on the recommendations. Mr. Bonin, you were waving your hand. Why don't you go ahead and start?
Oh, okay. I was actually wiping my eyes, but that's okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm happy to start. I don't know if I have comments yet. I think I just have questions at this point. I will have comments though. I'll just go through them numerically. On item number 4, instruct the CAO to work with controller to draw down balances on all available special funds not controlled by proprietaries for cash flow and close out any special funds without active transactions. Do we have a list of what those are?
So this has been an ongoing discussion that we've had in the council and with the controller for at least 4 years now, I think, in which there is pretty much an annual statement by the controller that there's all this money sitting in special funds that are isolated and not being used, and we should use them. So I'm not going to have that discussion anymore. We're going to, as far as I'm concerned, we need to resolve this. So I would like the controller and the CAO to work out every penny of those special funds that can be taken for current use that aren't being used otherwise. And I want to make sure that if it can't be for whatever reason, because it's legally restricted in a way that we can't use it or borrow against it, then it needs to be returned to whoever paid it and injected back into our economy. But we can no longer have this circular discussion about the fact that there's purportedly several $1 million sitting in specific special funds that can't be used. We got to bring an end to it. Time is now.
Totally get that. I'm just not clear on the scope. The ones without any active transactions, I get that. But for instance, the state recently relinquished part of Venice Boulevard and gave us some funds for that. We're going through a process on how to spend them. Is that considered not an active transaction? Does that get swept? That's the kind of thing I'm confused about.
Yeah, and that's why I've asked in that for the CAO to work with the controller to draw down balances on available special funds. So the closeout would only happen to anything that is not active, and all of this would require further council action in any event. So I think by the time, and if you'd like, we can specify this so that by the time of the next report back, and I would like that report to come back to from the CAO to supplement this report by the end of January, we can then make an assessment as to what there may be out there. But this, we have reports that have been sitting on the shelf for years about these funds, and no action has been taken. So the time has come to end that. So and part of this, sorry, Mr. Bonin, but part of this also is we need to take one more look at whatever there may be there in special funds that can be borrowed against and under what terms in order to meet the general fund needs.
So we're not telling them to sweep. We're telling them to come back and tell us what's eligible for sweep, and then we vote on it?
Well, yes, except to the extent that they're available for being drawn down now. For example, all of the things that we've talked about where we're trying to move filled positions from the general fund into special fund positions. Those are the sorts of things we would do as a matter of course. But in terms of closing out special funds or taking funds that aren't currently being used, then yeah, I would say that those should come back and we'll act on it.
And then on 11 and 12 about the ethics campaign matching funds, trust funds. I'm concerned about those without knowing what the impacts would be, how that'll affect the 2022 elections, or having the opportunity for campaign finance advocates to weigh in on it.
Yeah. So obviously this is for this fiscal year, and we have to try to get through this fiscal year. We don't have an election until 22. So the Ethics Commission under the charter, and if Mr. Llewellyn's on the line, maybe he can actually respond to this, because my understanding from reading in the FSR was that the Ethics Commission, if it finds that there is a need for trust funds here, can call upon the general fund for those. But maybe we can talk about the mechanics of that.
Yeah, that gives me a lot of heartburn as the 2022 elections get going, and there could be, I mean, we just saw a campaign where an insurgent outsider defeated an incumbent, and I don't want it to feel like we're taking away that ability.
This is not intended to take our ability to comply with the matching funds law away. This is intended to sweep funds that are not necessary to meet those needs now, and to the extent that that overdoes it, and there are further needs that can't be met with what's left, then those would need to be drawn upon the general fund. We would need to fund those. We would need to comply with the ordinance. There's no change in the ordinance, but we also shouldn't be sitting on excess funds as well. Mr. Llewellyn, are you able to comment on that?
This is Jacob Wexler in the Office of the CAO, and you're absolutely correct. The charter does provide for sweeping surplus funds once the maximum level has been hit, and that's the situation that we're in. The Ethics Commission has already prepared a report to our office, and we plan to respond to that shortly. There's also provisions in the charter for borrowing from that fund, and those funds need to be repaid. So we would have to make sure that fund was whole in order to meet the needs of future elections.
Right. So the sweeping part may be a partial solution. The borrowing part is only a cash flow delay factor, and we would have to make the trust fund whole, at a later date. The point of this is to put off as long as possible the need to do the other draconian things that we're talking about.
And I forget, there's a placeholder. This is in council tomorrow?
Yes.
I'm just concerned about that one without having the campaign finance folks weigh in. On 19, I had a question just on the scope of 19 and on 21. On 19, which is amend the report to reduce the proposed potential layoffs in LAPD to match the department's original recommendations to the CAO, and instruct CAO to develop recommendations to budget and financing for offsetting solutions. Is that offsetting solutions within LAPD or offsetting solutions within or without LAPD?
It is not limited to the department.
Okay. And then on 21 about clean and green, it reads to me as eliminate the general fund funding for clean and green and higher LA youth, and then have CAO come back with recommendations from how to fund on other sources, which could mean they may come back and not have anything to do. Is that the intent, that we make the decision to take out the general fund without having an assurance that the others may come in, or is it the two tied together?
That's well said, and this is not, perhaps I didn't craft that as carefully as I meant to. The intention is to eliminate the general fund expense of these programs, but to ensure that they are paid for through other available funds that we have. So yes, the idea is to reduce or eliminate the general fund burden by imposing the burden instead on the other potential sources of payment that we've identified, or others that there may be.
But it doesn't take it away unless we know it's elsewhere?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Okay, so the answer on 21 was good. The answer on 19 was not the one I wanted. Thank you.
My pleasure. Mr. Price.
Mr. Chairman, first of all, thanks for your stamina in this meeting. You've been guiding us well as we wake up. I thought generally your suggestions were okay. I do have problems with issue number 19, however. Again, I think we're asking everybody to take a similar kind of hit, a 3% hit. This creates a different kind of standard for the police. I'm just not prepared to go along with it at this point. And in fact, I asked Mr. Chairman that we vote on that item separately from the other items. I'm prepared to accept those. I just don't. I can't go along with 19 as you proposed it.
Okay.
So can we vote on 19 separately?
Well, in that case, I may need to modify the language of that because, or I guess entertain alternative proposals to number 19.
Well, my proposal is to accept the recommendation of the CAO.
Okay, so then, and is there, Mr. Bonin, are you second on that since you indicated you were not satisfied with that?
Yeah, I'd be okay with what I had suggested, which is somewhat different than what Mr. Price suggested, which is if we reduce the layoffs, the first half of your recommendation, I'd want to instruct CAO to develop recommendations to B&F for offsetting solutions within LAPD. So it's still they're doing the 3%, not that they're doing something and not getting to the 3%.
Okay, so this is at least 3 different proposals now, which is okay. We can talk about it. So I will take Mr. Bonin's comment as a second to Mr. Price's motion, and also an additional motion to right? I mean, is that right?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm good with Mr. Bonin's alternative.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't need to have a motion on the second.
Okay, perfect. That's better still.
I'll go along with his motion.
Okay, terrific. Thank you, Mr. Price. Anything else on the list, Mr. Price, before we go into?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Blumenfield. I'm sorry, Mr. Kretz. Sorry, Mr. Blumenfield. Mr. Kretz has his digital hand up, and I have to respect that. Go right ahead, Mr. Kretz.
I think it's accidental.
No, it's real. Let's see. First, I want to agree. I have the same concern on the other end of the boundary with repairing Venice. We accepted responsibility for Venice, as I have done even in another city in West Hollywood, where we accepted responsibility for Santa Monica Boulevard, which was in horrible condition, and they gave us offsetting money to repair it, and we repaired it. So Venice is in the same boat. We accepted it only on the condition that we got the money to restore it to reasonable condition. So I would be rather horrified that we accepted responsibility for a street in bad shape and then swept the money to fix it up. So I neither Mr. Bonin nor I are clear on whether this is part of that, but I certainly wouldn't find that acceptable. So I need to clarify that.
Okay. Well, look, we have lots of active special funds. That's not the intention of this. The intention of this is to sweep whatever is available for sweeping that is inactive. to return it to who paid for it if we can't sweep it or find another use for it. And then as to anything that falls into the active category, to determine whether we can borrow against it. That's the intention.
So just to be clear, we got this money relatively recently. It hasn't been acted on yet, but I have no doubt that Mr. Bond and I will want to improve that street, and it will be acted on, in short order. Another question: does this include developer mitigation funds that have been set aside for the community, but where the community has yet to agree on how it would be spent? And so it may appear dormant, but indeed it will be spent. I think I have a couple of those that are in that condition, and communities would be horrified that they went along with developments that are impactful and then that their mitigation money was swept.
So I think that's why this will all need to be a report back. But I will say that there are such funds where council offices or neighborhood groups have failed to act for years to spend those funds. And yes, at some point we have to say it's time to fish or cut bait. You got to either give this to the general fund, give it back, spend it, or give it back to the whoever paid it. We can't just keep these things sitting dormant for many, many years. So let's have this as a report back, and that way we'll be able to look through, in a methodical basis and consider the unique aspects of any different special fund that the CAO may be reporting might be available for such use.
And lastly, I would not intend to vote for consideration of any layoffs, so I don't know if there's a way to separate those out from the questions under which they might come. But I would like to vote for the majority of this, so I'd like the opportunity not to vote for those items.
Well, and that's why I was trying to think through the wording of this, because as it stands, we may not have enough votes for, well, anyway, we'll determine what votes as they come, I guess.
And not just referring to LAPD, but all the layoffs covered in this proposal.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. Mr. Blumenfield.
Yeah, I read these amendments or these recommendations, and I do not see these as instructing layoffs. So from my perspective, if you vote for these, you are not voting for layoffs.
That is correct.
And that, at least that's the way I'm reading this. So I see that. I also, Mr. Corina, I like the flexibility in the language for, it's the same language on 13, 14, and 15. So I don't, I think it makes sense to keep the broad language. The point is there that we're asking all of our labor partners to come to the table, but we're keeping the flexibility with the CAO to come back with a variety of solutions. To me, that makes sense. So as much as this is a very ugly vote overall, I mean, I would go with the recommendations the way that you have drafted them.
Thank you. Mr. Price.
Mr. Chairman, just one last.
Oh, I think you muted.
Thank you. One last comment on item 24. I'd like to request that as a report back before any sweeping occurs, just so we understand what's in there, as we've done on a previous paragraph.
Yeah, so I want to explain this one because I get that, but I want to explain the thinking on this. The thinking is, this is money that we know that 100% of all of the money that we got could have been spent on things that would otherwise have to be paid for by city funds. with special funds or general funds, 100% of it. So if with what's left, the small amount that's left to offset deficits that we're facing right now, I think we need the certainty of knowing that that amount is going to be available for deficit relief. If we make a collective decision as a council that, oh, it turns out there's other things that are, COVID related that we want to spend that money on, we still can. It's only been swept into, the reserves and is available there for deficit relief. We can still make that assessment. But what I think would be a mistake would be to drag out the effective date of when we know that that's available for deficit relief, because then other consequences come. If we know that money is not available for deficit relief, that means we need to make deeper cuts in anticipation of it becoming available. So that was my thinking on that. So I'm not inclined to want to continue that, especially if Congress acts in a way that continues the deadline but doesn't provide additional funding, which could well be.
Yeah, I don't know how long we need to extend it out, but I thought, a report back is, could be pretty quick just to know what's there.
Yeah, and I get it. I get that. I can't support it because I really think it's essential that we get in the budget committee and before council the actual lay of the land of how many dollars do we have left from that fund, and we have to have it available, before we start dropping the axe on other kinds of cuts, rather than that. We need to make those decisions within the budget finance. We still can do the exact same funding for it.
Right.
We'll just do it in the context of knowing that if we have to spend that money, let me put it this way. If Congress extends the time that we can spend that money, we can still make the exact same expenditures on the exact things that we would do during an extended period, but we'll have to make it out of the general fund. Once it's swept, we'll have to make that decision that is something we really want to do, but we have to weigh it against deficit relief and other potential cuts that we would make in the city's budget. That's the only change from sweeping it now. So
I know a lot of these funds have been used for our homeless endeavors as well. We know that's going to be ongoing. I just don't see the need of sweeping it without knowing what's there before we do.
And again, what I would argue is because if we don't, we will have to make a like amount of cuts in other programs. So, and we'll have to do it anticipating that we'll have that expense. So, in my view, it makes much more sense to take it and then to weigh those priorities, weigh the priorities of the things that we want to spend it on, that are homeless related or COVID related or anything else versus the cuts that we will need to make in other city services if we don't. That's my view. If members have a different view, that's fine. I think it makes more sense to have the money available and then make thoughtful decisions about what we want to spend it on versus our other priorities in this budget, which are already, as Mr. Blumenfield said, filled with horrendous choices. So I'm happy to entertain that as a motion, but I won't be supporting having that as a report back. I think it's important to have the money swept on a date certain so that we know what we have to work with.
Well, if there's no other support for it, I guess it's, no other support for it.
Well, yeah. So, okay. So I don't know quite how to move forward now because we've had sort of a number of other suggestions. Mr. Koretz, did you want to?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that since a couple members noted that we aren't actually voting for layoffs, that I'm still in opposition to what we are voting for, which is to direct preliminary preparations that would be necessary to actually get to layoffs. So I'm opposing making those preparations at this time. And once again, would like to separate out opportunities to vote for those.
Well, the problem, the difficulty in doing that is that that's ingrained within the CAO's FSR, and I've amended that in some respects. You could make a separate motion, I suppose. You could make a motion not to proceed with any preparation for layoffs.
I suspect that motion wouldn't get a second, so it will not enable
That's
me
true.
to vote again.
That's probably true.
Could you at least separate out the item listing the LAPD sworn layoffs?
Yeah, I think we will need to do that because Mr. Bonin and Mr. Price have already so indicated that they would like to do that and modify it. So why don't we start with that? Let me take inventory. So we have 19. Mr. Price and Mr. Bonin have a motion on 19. I've clarified a number of other things. Was there any need for any other motions on any of the other matters? Mr. Bonin.
Yeah, since I know you're trying to do voting math on what'll pass, I still have a problem with 11 and 12 without hearing back from the campaign finance reform advocates. So if the package included that, I would have to vote against the whole package unless there's some way to do those directions separately.
Okay. Okay, so what items would those be? 11 and 12?
11 and 12, yeah.
Okay. Okay, and then so let me do this then, members. Let me do this. Since Mr. Price also mentioned 24, I'm going to say, if you'd like, we can do that separately as well. Mr. Price, if you would care to, if that's preferable for me to do that, separate that one out too.
That would be my preference. Yes.
Okay, and then we'll vote separately. Okay, Mr. Blumenfield.
Just to follow up on Mr. Bonnet's thing, I'm worried about the ethics stuff, but this is being heard in council tomorrow? Or
right.
What? Right. So it gives us a little bit of time to try to get a better answer. Not much, but we may be able to, we might be anybody tonight, but we might be able to get someone tomorrow morning.
It's okay. Well, we'll rock and roll, and I'm sure there will be other things that we'll be wanting to do in council tomorrow. Would be my guess as well. Mr. Kretz, did you have your hand is still up or up again? No. Okay. So here's what I'm going to suggest then, as we proceed. Why don't we, for the moment, take out items 11 and 12, 19 and 24, and vote on the recommendations remaining. And then we'll vote separately on those matters. Does that work?
Sure.
Okay. So then let's go ahead and call the roll on all of the recommendations, but except for those that I noted.
Can I ask one question?
Yeah. Yes.
I'm trying to figure out what the end game is here. Are we going to send a report to council with just those things that got a majority, or is it going to be, for instance, the Price Bonin amendment failed, and then we vote on the package as a whole.
Yeah, so I think given the given the unique nature of this matter and the report to the council, I would certainly be inclined to say we will advance the recommendations of the committee, whatever those are, and if there are proposals that members have put forth that are not consistent with the majority, we will include those in a minority report to the council as well. So that everything that everyone says here about those recommendations will be represented when we get to the council. Does that work?
So there'll be an omnibus vote with a majority report and a minority report, or there'll be a majority report and a bunch of different minority reports based on the individual exceptions?
The report will be, the first part of the report will be all of these recommendations except the ones that are taken out. And then there will be another part of the report. The next budget finance recommendation will be any of these ones that have been taken out that pass. And then any that don't pass will be indicated as, you know, a recommendation of a minority of members.
But that'll technically make them all in order to be heard. If that's, I mean, to be brought up as a separate amendment in council. Is that right? I mean, if the way I understand it, we take these votes. If something fails, but it's been heard in committee and it's part of the minority report, then that would be in order on the council floor potentially.
It would be if anybody wanted to move it on the council floor. Yes.
Unlike items that may come up that are outside of the scope of this report, which may or may not, may get sent back to committee, but something like that would not be sent back to committee because it's already been heard by committee. It would be up for a vote. That's how I understand it. Now I could be wrong, but that also seems fair.
Well, regardless of what we do, I think we need to move unanimously to give a raise to the clerk.
Indeed. Well, let me make it a little easier for the clerk then, because I think as I'm just on 11 and 12, since the concern is really just in hearing back, and my goal is to have the CAO report back to us again in January with revisions to these recommendations. If we include 11 and 12 as part of that report back, does that address any concerns that you would have about hearing about the impacts on campaign finance?
So instead of instructing the CAO to utilize or the CAO to sweep, it would be instruct the CAO to report back on utilizing and sweeping?
Yes.
Yeah, I can live with that.
Okay. All right. Then if that's the case, nobody else has concerns, we will include those as with the main body of the recommendation. And Mr. Price, just to follow up on that point, the only reason that I would not be inclined to do that on number 24 is that we won't be able to meet again until after that time. Otherwise, I would say, yeah, just include that as the report back in January as well. But it will be done by then. So we can revisit it. We can certainly revisit that issue in January if you know, the extension has taken place. But I think we need to know at the end of December what we have to work with when we come back in January. That's the only reason I'm thinking. So, okay. So I think then that the only recommendations that are to be voted on separately now are 19 and 24. So with those exceptions, let's go ahead and call the roll on the remainder of the recommendations.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Koretz.
Aye.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Just to clarify, we made the special funds number 4 report back, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So aye.
Thank you. 5 ayes. This item is approved as stated by the chair.
Very good. Then that will bring us to my recommendation number 19.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Price.
No.
Koretz.
No.
Blumenfield. Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
No.
Okay. So then let's go ahead and take up the motion offered by Mr. Bonin and Mr. Price, which is item 19, except the offsetting savings solutions should be limited to the department.
Krikorian.
No.
Price.
Aye.
Koretz.
No.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, no.
Bonin.
Yes.
2 ayes and 3 noes. This item fails.
All right, let's go to item number 24 then.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So where does this leave us on the issue of layoffs?
Well, it leaves us to some extent where we were before, because nothing in the recommendations calls for any layoffs. But what this does is it puts the department in the position, essentially it leaves the CAO's recommendations unchanged in that regard. So we have 2 conflicting minority reports now that will presumably need to be taken up by council if anybody wants to advance either of those positions.
But otherwise, we would still be considering, what, a couple thousand layoffs?
Yes.
Preparation for?
Yes.
Well, considering that seems worse than either of our proposals, I'll ask that we reconsider the chair's motion.
Okay. Without objection, we'll go ahead then and move my recommendation number 19 again.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Price.
No.
Koretz.
Aye.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, no.
3 ayes and 2.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Kretz. And let's be sure that the position expressed by Mr. Bonin and Mr. Price is also included in the report as a minority consideration.
Will do.
Okay. I think that completes. Oh no! Did we have to vote? We still have to vote on number 24, right?
Yes.
So,
Krikorian.
aye.
Price.
No.
Koretz.
Aye.
Blumenfield.
Blumenfield, aye.
Bonin.
Bonin, no.
3 ayes and 2 noes. This item is approved.
Okay. Very good. That concludes our work on agenda item number 1. I think for the moment, members. So, thank you very much to everyone who's been a part of this call and contributed to this. Thank you, members, for your patience. You know that I have taken great pride over the years in finishing our budget committee hearings, on the budget itself every night before 7 o'clock. And I'm afraid I wasn't able to meet that goal tonight, but I appreciate your patience. It's obviously really important that we have this thorough discussion. So that's going to bring us next to item number 2.
Item number 2 is a CAO and Chief Legislative Analyst joint report relative to the reinvestment of funds from the Los Angeles Police Department budget to impacted communities.
Okay, and do we have a report on this matter from the CAO?
Councilmember Rich Llewellyn from the CAO with Matthias Farfan from the CLA. We have submitted a report where we recommend various things. First, we believe these are one-time monies, so they should be used on one-time expenses. Second, we have recommended a spending sort of which parts of the city to focus on based on data that EWDD has used to do sort of programming for poverty census tracts. And third, we have recommended a timing. We want the money either to be so that it will be spent this year, since it's supposed to be a priority, that if it is not spent by the end of May, it is reverted, but that there'll be a final spending plan by February 28th. The Council President's Office has been working with council members on proposed spending in impoverished districts. The proposals are attached as attachment 2. They have not all been vetted as far as their cost, but part of that depends on how much money will be apportioned to each council district. So this would ultimately come back with a full package to you at the end of February, with a goal to have the projects completed in the next 3 months.
Sorry. Okay. Mr. Farfan, anything to add to that?
No, just that the projects and services that would be vetted on attachment 2 would also be done under the context of recommendation 2 if it's approved as is. So as Rich said, it would be services or projects that are one-time in nature and direct the funding to areas that are in attachment 1 that would benefit from that, and then also that they can be expended immediately.
Okay. And just to be clear, because I think there has been some confusion about it, and there's been, maybe it's not quite as clear as it might be. The project list, or the recommendation list, I guess, that's attached to this, we're not voting on that list today, right? What we're voting on is a methodology and the recommendations that are contained in that, but everything that's contained in that list is still up for further discussion.
That is correct, sir.
That's correct.
Okay. So if, for example, a member wanted to propose an entirely different expenditure plan for their district than what is included in that attachment, they'd have the ability to do that.
That is correct.
Okay.
But Councilmember, we just want to remind you, we both offices recommend spending if the whole point is spending. So if it starts from scratch with the planning process and coming up with a new project that can't be done this year, we would encourage against that.
Right, I get it. But for example, in my district, I have specific needs that I'm concerned, especially in light of item 1, will not be met. For example, in homelessness services, for example. Right now, the majority of the outreach that has been effective in my district has been done by our HOPE officers in the Valley, and I would like to know that I have the ability, for example, to continue to fund those HOPE officer positions with this funding, if it through the end of the fiscal year, so that those officers don't get reassigned or laid off or anything else. That's how I believe that money should best be spent in order to serve our most vulnerable people in my community. So, or at least part of it. So I would have the ability to do that with that funding within my district, right?
Yes, sir. You can readjust the list within your district, as you said, sir. The one thing is we are requesting that it be one time as opposed to ongoing.
No, I get it. I mean, everything that we're doing it. Yeah. I mean, all bets are off as of June 30th. I get that.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Very good. Any questions on, or any questions on this item, members? Oh, Mr. Bonin, you have your digital hand up now too, as well as your real hand. Very good.
I do.
Mr. Bonin.
Thank you. I'll take the hand down, both of them. There we go. Okay, so I have a concern about this, and let me state from the offset that this is not about the fact that my district gets the least amount of money. I understand that for a fund that is meant for disadvantaged communities, that one of the two most affluent districts in the city shouldn't be getting a ton of money from this. I'm not arguing that point. But I am arguing or am expressing a concern about the methodology because I'm not wild about the way this is being done as district by district and pick your projects. This was meant as reinvestment in disadvantaged communities and as reimagining policing or public safety. And I don't see a ton of the reimagining policing or public safety in here. And I think it's worth pointing out that, whether your interpretation or narrative is that we took 150 out of LAPD, or we took 150 that otherwise might have gone to LAPD, there was, I think, when we voted on this, an expectation that this would be helping come up with the alternatives to using law enforcement as the first responder of choice for every issue in the city. And so rather than having sort of piecemeal district by district stuff, I just think it would be a lot wiser to do stuff that is broader in scope but limited in application to neighborhoods that are disadvantaged, that could provide more than just the limited pilot that we have done so far for, or that we have approved so far for non-armed response to emergency calls. Or instead of having a prison to reentry program that is exclusive to CD8, it should be broader than CD8, or a job training program that is exclusive to CD1, it should be broader than that. And it just seems that the way we've structured it it's important stuff. I mean, slurry sealing the street is important, trimming the trees is important, but it seems sort of nickel and dime for something that was meant to be such a big promise. And maybe CAO can tell me why we decided to do it this way, so that it's council directed instead of more holistic.
So, Councilmember, I can speak, and then Matthias may want to join in. Working with the Council President's Office, the real goal here was to get a list of projects that could be done, and could be done expeditiously. And they do include sort of pilot public safety projects, but it's still hard to see how they could be done on a one-time basis and get the money out the door. So this was more viewed as a reinvestment in disadvantaged communities, quite frankly, was the way to get the money out the door.
And I agree with that. And, aside from that, you are correct. I mean, the report does mention that the funds by a specific council district could potentially be used for a pilot program in that district. That would be for alternatives to policing. But again, anything ongoing, we're recommending that it only be spent on one-time expenditure type items.
So there's an opportunity if council offices wanted to propose something that's more on point towards the alternatives to public safety, but it would have to be money that would be spent by May.
We're asking that it already be ready to be encumbered by May or by June, by the end of May. So they would just have to, it have to be done rather quickly where they can already execute a contract if they're doing it through that method so they can encumber the funds. We don't want to get to the point where it hits year end and the monies would need to be reappropriated to the following year.
Yeah, it just seems like doesn't quite deliver the punch we had hoped, I think. Thanks.
Well, and just to further clarify, Mr. Farfan, on your point about reappropriating it for the following year, it is the case that our vote today is not an appropriation of any of this fund, of any of these funds. So that money sits in the UB right now, and the decision to make this appropriation of or allocation to the UB, all of it, the entire amount of the money that had been reallocated from the original police department budget. That decision was made at a time when we weren't facing $600 million in revenue loss as well. So I think it's important that members understand fully that this money is not being appropriated yet. And the council may make a determination before it is that if things continue to degrade, that before laying people off of their jobs, we may want to consider reappropriating some of this money into services that those people would otherwise be providing. Mr. Price raised an example earlier of reductions that we're making from the general fund of the very kind of services that we're talking about to be funded, that I think we all anticipated would be funded through this fund. So before any of this money is actually spent, I think the council is going to have to take a deeper look at whether that is still available, whether the money is still available, or whether it's going to need to be used for another purpose. But that's not our vote today. Our vote today is on methodology and so forth.
So if I could just ask one more question then. So is there anything in this methodology, Mr. Llewellyn or Mr. Farfan, that would prohibit consideration of the funds to augment eviction prevention?
Well, council member, I think the short answer is no. So that if there was a short-term contract to legal aid or to a lawyer group that you wanted to do, what we are recommending against, though, is entering a long-term contract with these funds.
There's nothing in it that would prevent feeding seniors or small business assistance grants, right?
As long, again, sir, as it's focused on the disadvantaged census tracts.
Yeah, and that could be spent quickly because seniors need to be fed tomorrow, and businesses, they can't wait till the next fiscal year for us to provide the support. So I just like us to think about doing things that are actually services that are going to help people weather what is going to be a really brutal few months. So as long as that's still something that is eligible for the methodology, I can be comfortable voting yes, I guess. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else, members? Mr. Price, do you have your hand up? Mr. Price.
I did, Mr. Chairman. Thanks. First of all, let me just thank CLA and the CAO for putting together what I think is an excellent report, and also EWDD. I certainly oppose any efforts to reduce this allocation, the allocation of $90 million for reinvestment into disadvantaged communities. I think that was the purpose. That's where it should go. I'm take a little different take than my colleague. I'm happy to see the thought that went into this proposed distribution plan and the use of data by census tract to ensure that funding is going to be apportioned adequately according to need. No surprise to me or anyone else that CD9 had the highest number of census tracts, poverty tracts that qualified. When we look at the issue and the recommendations to cut the budget, we made a commitment to reinvest these funds. And as I said before, I think that's what we should be doing. This is a significant step toward meeting that promise. We can hire more intervention workers, more homeless intervention teams, more youth employment efforts, small business efforts, as Mr. Bonin just mentioned moments ago. We can also clean our neighborhoods, invest in beautification, bring more programming to underserved areas. That was the whole idea. I agree it's a short time frame, but I think it's something that can be achieved, certainly in my area. So I'm an enthusiastic yes on this proposal. Look forward to working with the departments and the community in making sure these dollars get spent in the best possible way. It's certainly not a perfect plan, but I think it's one that's feasible, one that's doable, one that sets a precedent that will yield some real benefits to those communities that we're trying to serve.
If I could have one more thought, Mr. Chair.
Yes, of course.
As I said, I don't disagree at all with the money going to the most disadvantaged communities. I think that makes sense. It was consistent. What I'm just worried about is that by using a census tract, and I think we just all need to be vigilant of this, is that the money could go to benefit someone or something in a low-income census tract who is themselves not low income. So to use a wild example, and I'll just use I think it's Mr. Price's district. I'm picking an example that would not happen, but you could use a low-income census tract and still give it to give the money to the Staples Arena or something like that. I think we just need to be very vigilant that it's not just the census tract. That may be what qualifies it, but that it really goes to where the need is. And I certainly trust Mr. Price to do that. Just want to put a pin in that as something to consider as we go forward.
Mr. Blumenfield.
Yeah, this one gives me a lot of pause. I agree with the concept that we want to put the money where the highest need is. I have no issue with that, and I think Mr. Price's district, it makes sense, would get the most. I just I don't like the census tract way that we're doing it, and sort of lining up by districts. I'm also concerned with it's just so arbitrary. It's like we're creating these funds, we're cutting, to build sidewalks in areas that have been, less served, but we're cutting the people who build the sidewalks. So it's an odd way to go about it. I'd rather make sure that we're keeping the sidewalk repair people employed and the public safety people employed who are serving the disadvantaged communities than cutting the workers who are who are serving the disadvantaged communities. It just seems bizarre to me in some ways. I really want the money goes to the most needy. I mean, I'm down with that program and that idea, and so it's sort of like Mr. Bonin. That's not my objection. Even though my district is not getting, I do represent a disadvantaged community in Canoga Park and Reseda, and we're getting a tiny bit of funds for this, but it's those two issues that give me a lot of pause. The methodology, instead of being given options on methodology, we're just sort of thrown this census tract. And I don't know what the metrics are for this. How do we measure success? Maybe I'll frame that as a question to the CAO. Is there any way to measure success on this, or is this just about redistribution of resources?
So, and before you answer, Mr. Llewellyn, thank you, Mr. Blumenfield. But I believe Alexis Wesson has joined us from the Council President's office as well. And obviously, Council President and her staff has been instrumental working with the CAO in developing the plan and working with council offices. So I'd like to, if she's with us, I'd like to invite Ms. Wesson to also provide comment if she would like as well. And why don't we, if she's on the line, why don't we do that before we go to Mr. Llewellyn? Well, let me work on that, and why don't we go with Mr. Llewellyn to respond to Mr. Blumenfield in the meantime.
So, Councilmember, I think your point that we should be held accountable for how we spend these monies is a good one. And so what our current proposal is,
You're muted. Mr. Llewellyn, we can't hear you. You're muted.
I got it. Thank you. Councilmember, I think your point that we should be, all of us should be accountable for how we spend these monies is a good one. Our current plan talks about coming back to you with a sort of a budgetary plan by the end of February for spending the money over the next 3 months. And we will add to that then we should certainly report back at the end on what were the deliverables and some accountability on what came from that.
Okay, and now I think we have Ms. Wesson with us. Am I right?
Councilmember, can you hear me?
There she is. Okay, now we can hear you. Yes.
Councilmember, I think your point.
Sorry, there's a bit of an echo and a delay, so I apologize. On my end, I know you all have been having some technical issues.
With a sort of a budgetary.
I think that's actually on your end. You need to silence the device.
3 months.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Gotcha. How's that?
That's much better. Go right ahead.
So, Alexis Wesson, Deputy Chief of Staff for Council President Nuri Martinez. You know, the intention of this motion when it was first introduced was to make a cut to LAPD that would reinvest these dollars back into disadvantaged communities. It actually says that at the bottom instruction of that motion. And what it was to provide was an opportunity for these districts, or these census tracts, I would say, these census tracts to have an opportunity to get something that they have not gotten in a very long time. I believe what you see in front of you, that chart is what our city looks like right now. And I believe that even though it is broken down by census tract, the CAO and CLA provided the council districts for information, but it is clear that the top first, 6 districts have been districts that for a long time have not received resources and services that are due to them. And we would hope that as the committee considers this report and these recommendations, that each member would use this money as a means to invest in those disadvantaged census tracts. So to your point, Councilmember Bonin, I would hope, and I truly believe in Councilmember Price, that he would look at his district as a whole and work with his community and make the best reinvestment he can as it relates to that money. I will say, as we moved along after that motion was introduced, another motion was introduced as it relates to an unarmed response to nonviolent calls and homelessness. That is on a separate track. I believe the council has every intention to see that move forward. And if it is the council's priority, I believe it will. But with this amount of money that is before you right now, is to say and to show these communities that they come first today. And therefore, we must trust the member that represents those communities to reinvest in them on how they see fit with the community's input. And that is the reason why members like Mr. Harris Dawson, Mr. Wesson, Mr. Price, Mr. Blumenfield, the council president held citywide community conversations for a week to ask the community where they would like to see this money go. What you see before you, what you have before you are some recommendations that those community members gave and those organizations gave. And so I would ask, our office would ask, that you take that into consideration when you make that decision. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Wesson. Any other comments, members, or questions for CAO, CLA, or the Council President's Office? Okay, I don't see any, so I think we can go ahead and proceed and call the roll on this matter.
Krikorian.
Aye.
Price.
Aye.
Koretz.
Oh, I got it. Aye.
Thank you. Blumenfield.
Reluctantly no at this point.
Bonin.
As I said at the beginning of this conversation, I support this. I'm a yes.
4 ayes and 1 no. This item is approved.
Okay. Very good. Thank you, members. As this is a special meeting, we will not be taking further general public comment, as I said at the beginning. So there being no other business before the committee, we are adjourned with my thanks to everyone. Have a good evening, everyone.